Hello, welcome back to Water. My name is Beast, and today we're back with probably watching Ushio die. We are actually back with Clockwork Ley-Line. However, based on what the last scene and the last part said, she's 100% going to die. On a separate note, I started playing Kuro no Kiseki with the fan patch, and it's fun. It's actually really fun. Anyways, following Tsubaki's intuition, we leave the library and split up to search for Muko. Heidi is staying behind with Michiru and Louis just in case someone from the disciplinary committee shows up.
こっちはいねえぞ。こっち側もです。いないな。やはり勘は勘でしかなかったかな。
Now your hunters tend to be pretty spot on. The library is huge and there's a storeroom. Suddenly a light bulb goes off in my head. Hold on, you said the basement, right, Spucky?
Oh.
Did you specifically mean the floor with the library and the bureau office?
すまない。わからないんだ。ふと浮かんだだけだから。
Below the storeroom and the library, isn't there another basement?
さらに
The treasury. I'm gonna go take a look. Sprint over to the staircase that leads down there. Kurodani is there.
探したけど誰もいなかったよ。
She says. No, she's definitely down there. As I'm about to descend the stairs, she grabs onto my sleeve for some reason. What is it?
ねえ、そんなに心配？獅子ヶ谷先輩のこと。
She looks at me with she looks up at me with a serious expression. What's the matter, Kurodani? She's acting so differently from her usual self that I'm at a loss as to how to react.
ごめんね、なんでもないよ。
Maya wants a piece of that. That wants a piece of that Mitsuyoshi D. And she suddenly returns to normal and let's go at me. Her usual smile on her
そんなに
face.
気になるなら一緒に行くよ。
What are you?
メイク。
Tsubaki and Murakumo come over, probably because I ran off in such a hurry.
なんだそこを黒谷が見たんじゃないのか
見たんだけど、どうしても気になるって。
Tsubaki said that Muko was in the basement. There's the treasury even further down here. I run down the stairs as I say that. As Kurodani said, there's nobody here. All that's left is inside the treasury, but you should be able to get inside to begin with.
やっぱりいないか。
No. I don't know where I hear some faint music.
何の音だ。
なんか鳴ってるな
Music box from the treasury. The mist might have been activated inside. Wait here, I'm gonna go check it out. Check out inside.
ああそうかお前入れるんだっけ
Yeah, I'll be right back. A normal human would be repelled by this barrier. Of course, Muko shouldn't be able to pass through it, so she shouldn't be in here, but for some reason I feel uneasy. Is it because of the sound? However, this faint melody is not one that would cause someone to be restless. It's actually gentle and nostalgic. As I'm wondering why I feel this way, I set foot inside the treasury. Ushio! She's here, smack in the middle of it. She's holding a small music box in her hand, sitting on the floor. You can see that there's a lazared bloodstone inside the box, but in the blink of an eye it shatters, leaving behind light and dust. Same as when Umaru disappeared, the stone that rolled out of him did the same thing. That thought runs through my mind, and I can't help but get a bad feeling about what's to come. Hey Mook, what happened here? I run over to her and notice that she seems somewhat dazed. Muko, hey! I know that's supposed to be Pisces, probably, but that still looks like 69 because of the angle. Her hollow eyes are overcome with some sort of realization. What did you figure out? No, before that. Are you alright? Call out to her, embracing her in order to support her body. Muko, you... My arms are wrapped around her, yet I can vaguely see their contours. Her body is becoming translucent. Hey, what's happening to you? Are you really okay? However, she doesn't answer my question.
大丈夫。私は頑張りますから。だから。
Muko!
古賀君も頑張って。
It's a familiar scene. The exact same events as back then are playing out again right before my eyes. As she smiled, her body slowly fades away from my arms. Muko, what in the world happened just now? Why did Muko disappear like Omoru did? Why did she disappear to and why? She said that everything would be fine, but it's almost a perfect reenactment of what happened that night. I find myself frozen to the spot, unable to move. Rito's slowly walking around among the bookshelves in the library as usual, like a tropical fish swimming through an ocean of books. She suddenly stops walking. She seems to have noticed something and stares into space when a large ball of light rapidly enters her field of vision. After staring at the light for a moment, she murmurs,
温かい力を感じる。お母様。
Light weaves through the waves of bookshelves and rises up into the air before vanishing, as if it leapt out from the water. To the next episode, Ley-Line. Damn, I really couldn't have just continued that little bit until the end of this, huh? Last time. Oh well. Gives me thumbnails. Even though we'll probably be hit with fucking rapid fire CGs now.
わからない。気持ちはわかるけれど、お人形では代わりにならないものもあるのよ。ダメ？ダメじゃないわ。あなたの気持ちは嬉しいと思うけれど、お人形とは違うから。
What is the fucking final mist that Mook activated? It is some weird shit like all homunculi in like a certain range actively turn human. They're no longer homunculi. They're no longer forced to deal with. They're no longer forced into following orders, and they suddenly develop a personality beyond with an actual morality and emotion and shit like that. What can I do for a friend who's lost her family? At first I wanted to do what everyone did for me and give her a doll as a present, because that made me really happy back then.
違うのね。
The doll is going to fill the hole in her heart, but these words are like thorns that prick my own heart. Why can't a doll work? Am I going to be useless to my friend who's in so much pain and sorrow? The more I think about it, the more questions pop up. Questions I can't figure out the answers to at all. I look up at the sky and see that it's frighteningly clear. It's as if any dark clouds that would bring rain have moved into my heart. I heave a sigh and look back down at the ground. I can hear intermittent laughter coming from other students off in the distance. Right now I'm alone in the garden. There are countless flowers blooming for my eyes. What about flowers then? Would gathering some flowers into a beautiful bouquet help to ease the pain in her heart? I can't explain it, but I think it's the same as with a doll. It won't fill the hole in her heart.
何してるの?
Hearing someone call out to me, I turn around and see that a classmate I talk to frequently has walked up to me.
なんか元気ないね。
Oh hell yeah! I ship Angel and Omaru. He peers into my face, looking worried. Behind his glasses, I could see my own face reflected in his large eyes. He wouldn't call it a cheerful face, even if you were trying to compliment
何かあっ
me.
たの?
He's always kind to everyone, and our entire class loves him. Oh, maybe I'll try discussing my problem with him. Perhaps he'll be able to give me a solid answer.
この前、彼女の家族が事故で亡くなったでしょ?
ああ、うん。
Plot twist, he's actually the big bad evil guy.
それでね、私のお人形が壊れた時、 みんなが新しいお人形をくれたでしょ。私も彼女にお人形をプレゼントしたら元気になってくれるかなって思ったの。でもお母様がお人形じゃダメだって。
そうだね。
やっぱりダメなのね。お母様もお人形じゃ代わりにならないものもあるって。
そうだね。代わりにはならないよね。家族だもんね。
だから私は慰めてもらったのに、私には何かできることはないのかしらって。
そっか。そうだな。
With a serious expression on his face, he tilts his head, fervently trying to find a solution to my dilemma. He's always like this. When someone asks him for help, he treats it as if it were his own problems. That's why everyone loves him, myself
やっ
included.
ぱりさ、
He raises his head after some time.
こんな時は一人より誰かにそばにいてほしいんじゃないかな。
誰かに？
何かをプレゼントするとかじゃなくってさ、そばにいて支えるなんて大げさかもしれないけど、寂しくないように一緒にいるんだ。
寂しくない。
Something comes to mind when he says that. Before Mother came to me when I was all alone, she must be feeling the same way I did back then.
そうね。一人は寂しいわ。
そうだろ。だから俺たちで少しでも元気づけてあげられればいいかな。
そうね。
Nodding, I stand up.
カラスマくん。
Why did it censor the Karasuma?
元気になった。よかったね。
Like we heard it. There was no point in censoring it. He smiles and I wave goodbye before running off. That's right. What she needs isn't a doll. She needs someone by her side. A human, one with a heart. As I run along flower beds full of all sorts of flowers, the emotion welling up within me makes my heart dance. Not what she meant.
だからリトのような子でもダメなんだわ。
At a glance, she looks so different from a human. However, she doesn't have a heart. She's the same as a doll.
心があれば、心を作れば、魂を作ってあげれば、お人形じゃなくなる。
Homunculi like Rito could be with her forever, for the years and decades to come. And being a Magi who can manipulate souls, I'd be able to give them souls. I should use this power to help others, to make others happy. That's what Mother told me.
やっとわかったわ。
I should be using my power. How I can make others happy.
お母様、私、やっと私の力をどう使えばいいのか。
That's not a good, actually. Episode 6. When I come to my senses, I find myself in the middle of the dimly lit treasury. I survey my surroundings, but all I see are the numerous mists that have been sealed. Okay. The girl who was holding my arms moments ago is nowhere to be found. It shouldn't have been a dream. The feeling of her slender body and her warmth still faintly remain. A familiar sensation that I've felt several times before. There's no way I was imagining things. Where'd she disappear to? Stand up and take another look around, only to confirm that I'm alone in here.
だったんだ、あの光。
わかんない。もうに。でも、じゃあなんか。
I can hear bits and pieces of the conversation the others are having outside. That's right, I can't stay in here in the days forever. Shaking off these melancholic feelings, I exit the treasury.
Mii-kun, どうだった?
Muko was there, but she disappeared.
消えた?
She was sitting on the floor holding something like a music box.
ミストか?
Probably she was inside the treasury, so it's possible she found one that wasn't
さっ
sealed.
き光の玉のようなものが
すごいスピードで宝物庫から飛び出してきたんだ。
そうそう、ビューンってここ通り抜けて飛んでった。
Ball of light?
獅子ヶ谷さんは君に何か言わなかったか？
Yeah, if I remember correctly. I recite what she said earlier. It's okay, everything will be fine. I'll do my best, so Koga, you have to give it your all too.
それなら大丈夫だと思う。あの光、嫌な感じはしなかった。
Oh no, you have a lot to worry about. What, he has died?
あの光がその獅子ヶ谷だったってことですか？
そのものだったかどうかは断言できないけど。
I see. Tsubaki says though that maybe it's okay to relax a little. I can trust her intuition. But where'd you fly off to? What mist was that? I have plenty of other things to worry about, not to mention I still haven't come to terms with how she vanished right before my eyes.
ミー君、心配なのはわかるが、獅子ヶ谷さんには何かしなければならないことがあるんだと思う。
Instead of discussing this, your first instinct should have been, okay, what the fuck kind of mist could be a music box? Immediately ask Rito, since we finally have her back.
そのためにここを離れたんだろう。彼女が大丈夫だというのだから、それを信じよう。
Yeah, you're right.
ひとまずは私たちだけで戻ってどうするか相談しよう。
そうっすね。獅子ヶ谷が今すぐには当てにできない以上は、まあ大丈夫だって言ってたんなら。
Here in Murakumo, of all people say that makes me burst out laughing. Thanks for trying to cheer me up.
うっせえ、慰めたわけじゃねえ。
その調子なら大丈夫そうだな。戻ろう。
はーい。
Alright.
なんだよ。
I'm making a quick stop at the bureau office.
なんだよ。
I want to check if he left anything there and see if the missing Lazlit bloodstone is
ラ
back.
ズリットブロッドストーンか。そういや、なんでなくなったのか謎だったな。
The quill pen mist was still there, so if it was the school, it doesn't make sense that they'd only take the stone. It's probably some other reason.
そうか、わかった。
Will do, I'll be right back. Turn from the others and walk towards the bureau office. Catching a brief glimpse of Kurdani from the old corner of eyes, I noticed that for some reason she looks conflicted. What's that about? She's been acting strangely at times. I'm a bit curious to call out to her softly. Hey Kurdani, you've been acting a bit strange lately. Is something wrong?
変？
Is there something on your mind, or did you maybe notice something?
いやいやいや、何もないよ。っていうか、こんな状況だったら普段通りにしてる方がおかしいでしょ。
Oh, maybe.
そうだよ。なんか変に見えるんだったら、ちょっとテンパってるだけだと思う。
Never says so, it's fine if that's all it
ないない。
is.
ごめんね、心配させて。
She casually waves her hands and runs to catch up with the others. The situation is definitely exceptional. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. There's no use in mulling over it any longer. I have to get to the bureau office. Goes without saying that the office is empty. Uko's usual seat, the place where Umaru used to sit. I just realized that of the original three members, I'm the only one remaining. Umaru disappeared and now Muko is missing too. Even though we spent so much time here together not long ago.
なんとか分室って何ですか？
特殊事案調査分室。
特殊事案。
Here's being annoying, sorry. What's that?
言葉の通り、この学園で起こる特殊な事案を調査・解決するための部署です。
Special.
さっきみたいな。
そうです。
特殊すぎませんか？
その意見は肯定しますが、仕方ありません。
Things were awkward at first.
お待たせ。
Thanks, Umaru.
はい。牛尾さんはサンドイッチ。ミッチーはチリドッグだよね。村雲先輩はバターロール。
ありがとうございます。
悪いな。
But in spite of all that, things went smoothly. I took it for granted and thought that things would stay that way forever.
なんだよ。ミッチーらしくないな。
Umaru? A phrase that sounds like some Umaru would say. Of course he's not in this room. was just hearing things. I was imagining what he'd say if he were still around. Am I looking for words of encouragement? To be honest, I've built up a lot of fatigue. Umaru, am I doing all that I can?
当たり前じゃん。ミッチーはいつだって精一杯やってるよ。
大丈夫と言ったでしょ、古賀君。私を信用してください。
Thanks. Oddly enough, hearing the two of them saying that in my head is enough to make me stand tall. Yeah, Muko said that she'd be fine. I have my own job to do. This isn't the time to be feeling at a loss. I'm ready to come to terms with it. Leave it to me, I'm not letting the administration have its way any longer. I sighed deeply and straightened out my feelings. I first look for the Luzzard Bloodstone, but it's not in the Bureau office. Someone must have taken it, but who and when? I'm puzzled, but I have no means of investigating right now. There doesn't seem to be anything else of value here, so I guess I'll head back to where the others are. Oh, Michiru! Michiru enters the room accompanied by Murakumo, who I split up from when we were in the library. What's going on? Said I'd be back soon.
やっぱり心配だって言い出したんだよ。
だって。
Jeez, what I'm gonna do with you. Oh, are you able to walk by yourself?
もう歩ける。
That's good to hear. It's a good thing that she's slowly recovering. Alright, let's go figure out some countermeasures.
こそちょっとマシな顔になってんじゃねえか。
Huh?
さっきまでひでえ面だったぞ。
って静香が言うから気になった。
The look on my face must have been really bad if Murakumo was pointing it out. Sorry, I'm fine now, so no need to worry about me. She's good.
ちゃん言うな。くそ、てめえやっぱちょっとへこんでろ。おいこら、笑うな。
ごめん。
She hides behind me. She tries to hold back her giggles.
てめえのせいだぞ、クソ子が。
Feelings mutual, Shizuka-chan. Let's get
ちゃ
going.
ん言うなっつってんだろうが、この脳筋。だから笑うな。
Well, we'll be fine if you don't lower your voice.
誰のせいだよ。
ごめん。静かに静かに。行こう。
ちくしょう。
See you, Omaru. Close the door to the bureau office after bidding farewell to my partner who is no longer here. Returning to the storeroom in the library, you see the others sitting down on the floor and resting. Since Mitra had recovered enough to be able to walk, she doesn't look very tired and is now sitting on the edge of a wooden box.
おかえり。
Oh, Sumi, you're awake. Looks like the hypnosis on her is gone too.
ごめんね。大迷惑かけちゃって。
Don't worry about it, it's not your fault.
まずは状況整理だな。
She continues talking after seeing that everyone has taken a seat.
アーデルハイトさん、あの歯車と魔法陣について今分かっていることを話してくれ。
分かったわ。
And he begins talking about after being prompted by Tsubaki.
空に浮いた巨大な歯車に投影機がセットされていて、そこから魔法陣が空に照射されている。
We all nod and she continues her explanation.
投影機にセットされている魔法陣の方に何かトラブルがあったみたいで、空の魔法陣には妙な影ができているわ。これのせいで本来異空間そのものから一気に吸収されるはずの魔力は微量ずつしか吸われていない。完全に吸われて魔術が発動するまでには残り14、15時間といったところよ。つまりそれまでにどうにかして魔術の発動を止めなきゃならないってことだね。そういうことよ。問題はどうやって止めるかね。
投影機ってのを止めるなり壊すなりすりゃいいんだよな。あの歯車の上ってヤヌスの鍵ではいけねえかな。
I wonder. Thinking back to what Rita told us about it before.
これはヤヌスの鍵。使用者が頭に思い浮かべた場所に一瞬で行くことができるミストよ。
As Modrito said, it allows us to go to a place we have in mind, which means that we can't go there if we can't visualize it, right?
歯車の上か。思い浮かべろと言われると確かに。
そもそもあの上に実際に乗ってみた人はいないから発動しないんじゃないかしら。一応試してみる？
She produces the key as she says
一番
that.
歯車の上の方はっきり見た人って誰になるのかな？
俺か古賀かな。あ、でも古賀は鍵使えねえんだよな。
I have no mana, yeah, not to mention I wasn't staring intently at those keys either.
私も歯車より投影が気になっていたから。
私も暗示にかけられていたか、その直後かだからな。
じゃあ私が使ってみようか。あの場所は何回も行ってるし。
She turns the key in midair, but nothing happens.
やっぱダメだね。反応なし。
投影機を思い浮かべてもダメなんだよな。場所ではないし人でもないから。
そうでしょうね。発動条件に一致しないから試すだけ試してみましょうか。
Taking the key from Sumi, Heidi similarly gives it a go, but to no avail.
無理だわ。やっぱり投影機では場所とは見なされないよね。
ってことはヤヌスの鍵であの上まで行くのは俺たちには無理か。
We'll cross our arms and tilt our heads in thought. As long as that magic circle's being projected into the sky, there's nothing we can do. Our only way of dealing with it would be to either stop or destroy the projector itself.
以前に使った魔力を花火として打ち上げる薬なんだが。
あれなら
なんとかその衝撃で投影してる機械をずらすことはできないだろうか。
そこまでの威力出せるんですか？
それは魔力次第よ。でもそうね、椿と霞が戻ってきたから薬さえあれば花火も打ち上げられるしできるかもしれないわ。じゃあそれやってみようよ。そうね、機械の位置をずらせば魔法陣は歪んで術式が正確に発動しなくなるはずだわ。ちょっと待ってて、材料を取ってくるから。
いや、それならもうみんなで行こう。そろそろ分散しない方がいいと思う。
そうね、魔術薬を作ったらもうそのままその足で。
Sounds like a plan. Mitra, are you able to walk?
平気。
With that, we make our way to the east dorms where Heidi and Louis' room is. Having the two Magia back means we can freely use the key of Giannis, which is a huge help. After that all, there could be disciplinary committee members patrolling. Gently open the door to their room in order to not make any noise.
ない、荷物が。
She lets out an astonished voice upon entering the room and runs over to the table.
荷物ないの？なくなってるわ。私のもルイのも全部。
学園長たちの仕業か。
きっとそうね。これ以上私に魔術薬を作らせないようアーリックが持ち去ったのだと思うわ。
ちくしょう、先手打たれたか。
どうするの？
It's not safe here anymore. There are way too many disciplinary committee members in the area.
やっぱり地下に戻る？
すまない。無駄足になったな。
あなたのせいじゃないわよ。アーリックと来たら。
He's been hypnotized too, so in any case, Heidi's losing the ingredients of her compounds. Losing the ingredients for her compounds has dealt us quite a hard
感
blow.
知素子の香水ももう残り少ないし、やっぱりアーリックをなんとかしないと。とりあえず戻って他の方法を考えようよ。
It wouldn't be good for us to stay here for too long, so we returned to the library. He spotted disciplinary committee members outside the storeroom several times, but they didn't notice us because the perfume is still in effect. That said, it's gonna wear off sooner or later. All of us have strained looks on our faces as we try to come up with some sort of plan. Even Michiru and Kurdani have their brows furrowed.
なあ、かすみ。いっそお前の魔力で投影機そのものを動かしちまうって無理なのか？
ちょっと難しいかな。
She looks troubled by the request and stares up at the
人
ceiling.
形のスミちゃんを遠くからでもすんなり操れたのはそれを作った姫ちゃんとの相性が良かったからだし、相性は悪くても実際に自分の手で触れば操れると思うけど、 それだと結局投影機のところまでどうやって行くのって話に戻っちゃうし。
なあかすみ。
Whoops.
やっぱりあの上まで行く手段がないといろいろ難しいのか。
しかも必ず学園側の見張りが近くにいるはずですものね。
Yeah, even if we get close to the key of Giannis, I think to slip past the guard would be. Yeah. Korodani, who had been silent up until now, suddenly raises her hand.
私まだよく分かってないんだけど、投影機ってのの光を遮っちゃえば魔法陣って動かなくなるのかな。そうね。あの機械から魔法陣の文様が照射されているのは間違いないから、仮に一部でも肝心な部分、例えば発動を司っている印なんかが投影されなくなれば止めることはできると思うわ。
Did you come up with some way to do that?
だったらさ、その遠くからでも操れるっていう人形をなんとかしてあの歯車の上まで持っていけば、その人形を動かして投影機のとこまで行ってもらって光を遮っちゃえばいいんじゃない？ああ、そっか。投影機そのものを操らなくてもスミちゃん人形で邪魔するってことね。
それならいけるか。
待って、まずその人形をどうやって歯車の上に乗せるの？
かすみの魔力で飛ばせたりしないのか。
10メートルくらいならなんとかなるかもだけど、あの距離はきついかな。みーくんが投げても届かない？
Nah, it's probably impossible even for me.
実はこんなものがありまして。
While we're discussing, she rummages through her bag and takes out a leaflet.
なんだこれ。ペットボトルロケット。
そう、これすごいんだよ。よく飛ぶやつは高度100メートルくらい行くんだって。
それなら届くか。
届きそうですけれど、これ材料はどうするの？発射台とか書いてありますけれど。あ、ペットボトルロケットのキット、学園入り口の郵便受けに届いてるはずだから。
You have one?
なかったら言い出してないよ、
学園で何通販してんだお前は。
She laughs it off. In any case, since we have the materials, Korodani and I head for the entrance to retrieve them, with me acting as the bodyguard. Tsubaki and the others are off to procure the tools needed to construct the rocket. Gee, we haven't talked about not splitting up.
仕方ないじゃない。正門まであの人数でゾロゾロ移動はさすがに目立つよ。
I guess Ulrich does have a way of finding us even with the perfume in effect.
それより、ルイさん早く隠そうよ。
Yeah, on my back is Louis, who's still asleep. We decided it would be better to hide him rather than drag him around with us, and we settled on the shower room in Tsubaki's room. As for why we picked her room, all the dolls she made are there, so I can possess one of them any time to check up on things, insisted Sumi. Heidi was convinced by that, and I was tasked with carrying Louis there. Korodani has the key of Giannis just in case, but she's not a Magia, so we'll walk in as much as possible to avoid using her mana. Okay, I'm going to hide Louis, so grab the Sumi-chan doll. I head to the shower room. We're also supposed to get the Sumi doll we're going to use while we're here.
どれかな？
Oh, right, you've never seen it before. There it is, the one beside the pillow.
これ？オッケー、持っとく。
Thanks. I set Louis down on the floor and leaned him against the wall before closing the shower room door. If someone were to stick their head into Tsubaki's room, they wouldn't be able to see him from the entrance, so this should be safe. Okay, let's go. She carefully carries the Sumi-chan doll and follows after me. Even though the perfume is still in effect, we try our best to be inconspicuous as we leave the dorm. Not that it really matters, but why did you order a water bottle or rocket kit? Are you interested in those kinds of things?
私じゃないよ。実家に帰ってる時、親戚の子に頼まれたんだよ。
Why did you have to deliver to the school then?
送り先書くとき間違えてここの住所書いちゃったんだよね。
So it was just a mistake?
実はそれを思い出して取りに戻ったっていうのもあるんだよね。でも戻ってみたらえらいことになってて忘れてた。
Well, I can't really blame you for that.
まさかこんな大変なことになってるとは思わなかったよ。
Nobody would have. I suppose this ended up being a blessing in disguise. Korodani only came up with this whole idea because she ordered that kit and accidentally had it delivered here. I thought it was weird that she suddenly came back to the school, but it was because of that rocket kit, huh? Things are starting to make more sense. Oh, wait, in that case, is it okay for us to be using it? What about the kid?
それはまた頼めばいいよ。今度はちゃんとうちに届くようにするし。
If you say
そ
so.
れにさ、私まだちゃんとよく分かってないとは思うけど、子がたちにとってはあれを止めるのが大事なことなんでしょ?
Yeah. Sounds like she thought this through beforehand. She did seem pretty deep in thought earlier. I'm grateful, but...
ねえ、そんなに心配?
What's that all about? Her weird behavior when I wanted to look for Muko in the basement. And after that, there were times when she was acting strangely. Her excuse was that she was on edge, but with being said, she hasn't done anything to make us suspicious of her. I don't sense any malice or ill will from her. She doesn't shrink when we shined the lamp on her, which means that she's not a homunculus. We also had her step on the magic circle that removes hypnosis, so she shouldn't be hypnotized either. I'm really more concerned about her mental well-being. Although, if she's not saying any more than that, probably means she doesn't want me to worry about it. I'll go on it for now. After successfully retrieving the kit, the others also returned with tools.
技術室からいろいろ拝借してきたよ。
これだけあれば足りるだろう。
カッターとハサミとあと両面テープね。
これを図面通りに組み立てればいいのね。
うん、そう。手分けした方がいいかな。本体組み立てとこっちの羽作る人と。結構難しそう。じゃあ私羽作る。
じゃあこっちは本体だな。とまずはペットボトルの底を切るのか。
We started excitedly building the water bottle rocket while looking at the instructions. To an outsider, this would never look like a desperate effort to save the school from danger.
椿、ちょっといいかしら。
なんだい?
Heidi discreetly calls out to Tsubaki while the others are engrossed in their work. Their conversation reaches my ears whether I like it or not as I help with the construction of the rocket. Well, I'm not actually that skilled with my hands, and that being the one reading the instructions out loud.
マヤの案はもちろんいいと思うのだけれど、いざという時のために他の方法も用意しておくべきだと思うのよ。
それは確かに。何か他に投影機をどうにかできるような案があるのか？
投影機のことではないの。ルイのことよ。なんとかしてアーリックの暗示を解いてルイを目覚めさせることができれば。
しかしどうやって暗示を？
そのためにあなたに協力してほしいことがあるのよ。方法は。
なるほど。しかしそれなら。いい
え、あなたは。だから。
となると正確なところを調べた方が良さそうだな。
だから図書館に。
Their voices gradually grew softer and I couldn't catch the rest.
おい、子が、次は?
Oh, the engine tank's attached? Next is the polyethylene top.
これか。これを反対側につけるんだな。
Where's the tape?
ここ。ごめんなさい。少し図書館で調べ物をしてきていいかし。いいよ。こっちは手が足りてるし。ありがとう。それじゃあ行きましょう。
ああ、ちょっと行ってくるよ。
The two of them leave the storeroom.
よし、できたぞ。かすみ、羽は？
できたよ。 羽つけるスカートってやつもできたよ。
Looks like we'll be finished once we put it all together then.
意外と簡単だったね。
The two girls return just as we're on the verge of completing the
い
rocket.
やー、ずいぶん進んでるな。おかえり。そっちは？ええ、済みました。
What were you researching?
私はこれからアーリクを倒しに行こうと思います。
はあ？
Hey, are you serious?
陽動がてら動ける風紀委員の数を減らしてアーリクの暗示を解くわ。
You say that like it's so
そ
simple.
のための手段を調べていたのよ。どのみちそろそろ感知素子の香水の効力が切れる頃だし。そうみたいだけど大丈夫なの？ええ、このまま隠れ続けていてもどうせヤヌスの鍵で見つかるわ。
Sure, but can you do that by yourself?
一人しか使えない方法ですし、この中では私が一番勝算がある。
Heidi and Tsubaki look at each other and nod. Seems that they already have a plan in mind. I have them take me somewhere close to the east door I'm using the key of
ありがとう。
Janus.
私はここで暴れておくから気をつけて。ええ、そちらもね。
There are a handful of disciplinary committee members patrolling the east dorm. Louis is inside Tsubaki's room in the east dorm. If I caused a scene here, they would never think that he would be this close by.
何をしてらっしゃるの？私はここにいてよ。
I purposely say that out loud. I purposely say that loudly, startling the disciplinary committee members who all turn to look at me.
いつの間に取り押さえろ。
I spray perfume in their faces as they rush towards me. It goes without saying that it causes those who inhale it to faint.
応援を呼べ。
よくってよ。どんどん数を増やすといいわ。
That'll reduce the number of people they are patrolling the school. It's actually a good thing for me. Suddenly I sensed someone menacing from behind and dodged to one side. Disciplinary committee member was apparently trying to grab me, but instead her arms passed through thin air. I turned my upper body and sprayed a perfume in her face.
おとなしくしろ。
申し訳ないけど拒否させていただくわ。
I gotta love the random ass fucking runes in the mist. That wasn't even a fucking intentional joke there. And a perfume spray. Let's say like that. Realizing that they can't easily approach me, they form a circle around me as some of their reinforcements arrive. Slowly, I'm trapped inside an iron-clad ring. I've had to fight against the disciplinary committee before, but they were never this organized. Just goes to show how serious they are about this. However,
無駄よ。
I start walking towards one of them unconcerned.
なめないでよね。
Offended by my actions, she leaps at me, only for me to dodge and knock her out with perfume.
おい、どういうことだ。動きが完全に読まれてる。
Exactly. Right now, if I focus a little, I know exactly how they're going to move. The soul of the disciplinary committee members are on my left flickers. The moment I notice that, I direct the perfume ball his way. He receives the direct hit and collapses to the ground, despite having only moved a single step forward.
なバカな。
バカなことかどうか身をもって確かめてみればどう？
He falters and steps back, but behind him...
あまり調子に乗るなよ。
あら、やっとお出ましなの。
He looks somewhat annoyed as he walks towards me, his open coat fluttering. It's not open though, it's closed! He must have heard from someone in the disciplinary committee. Of course, that is what I wanted to
まず
happen.
聞こう。ルートビヒはどこだ？
それを私が今のあなたに教えると思うの？
ならば、無理やりにでも聞くとしよう。
He takes out something box-shaped from his coat. It's something I've never seen before, but since he did say that he'd force it out of me...
それもこの状況ではかなり危険な代物。
I have no time to waste. I immediately dash towards him and spray him with perfume. He seemingly predicts that and steps to the side to dodge it, but with my current abilities I'm fully aware of where he was planning to move to. I spray another shot at his new location. Caught by surprise, he jumps backwards like a feral cat while covering his face with his arms. I wasn't expecting anything less from him, given his physical strength. He wasn't hit by the perfume, but as he raised his guard, he dropped the mist he was holding. An unhurt disciplinary committee member rushes to retrieve it. Having foreseen that would happen, I instantly render him conscious with the perfume. That would give them an opening. Small fry aside, Ulrich definitely wouldn't let it pass by. I'm curious as to what it is, but I decide that this isn't the time to pick up that box. He remains on guard and keeps a close watch on my every action. He wasn't expecting me to be moving in a manner completely different from how I usually am. As I say that, I slowly point to the perfume bottle to my right. The disciplinary committee member standing there panics and takes half a step backwards. What? As I say that, I slowly point the perfume bottle to my right. That's what it said. I already knew of it, but actually experiencing the power of Amagia is more than I ever could have imagined. Oh,
なるほど。しかしそれなら私が直接アーリックさんと対峙した方が早くないか？
いいえ、あなたはマギアだし貴重な戦力だからいざという時のために残っていてほしいのよ。
うん。となると正確なところを調べた方が良さそう。
Luckily, it took no time at all for us to figure it out. As a result, I'm able to use Tabaki's power as a Magia to foresee all their movements.
どういう手段かはともかく、動きを読んでいるのは確かなようだな。
I silently smile. He takes that as an affirmation to his hypothesis and waves his hand, signaling the disciplinary committee members to stand back. He then proceeds to calmly remove his glasses. They're actually just for show. He uses them as goggles, and he's removing them even though I'm using perfume. He only does that when he wants to get rid of even the tiniest of blind spots. In other words, when he's determined that his foe is a powerful one, meaning that he sees me as a formidable opponent, though it's all thanks to Tsubagi's powers.
お前たちは手を出すな。はい。
The disciplinary committee members step back after realizing that this isn't something they can handle by themselves. A wise decision. In any other situation, they would be the reliable allies of the students of the school, but...
分かっているのか、アーデルハイト。
He looks me straight in the eye, presumably because he's about to say something of grave
ルー
importance.
トビヒが倒れているということは、現在の当主の代理は私なのだぞ。それでも向かってくるということは、主への反抗、つまりバインベルガー家自体への反抗ととっても構わないのか。
Look in his eyes and his entire body is saying that he won't show any mercy if that is the case. However, strangely enough, my heart is at ease. I feel neither panicked nor restless.
ルイがあなたに同志の座を託すというのなら私は従いましょう。けれどそうではない。あなたは無理やりルイを眠らせただけ。私の主はルイであって決してあなたではない。私はあなたよりも自らの主であるルイの意志を尊重します。いつかルイはなぜそんなにこの学園にこだわるのかとあなたは言いました。確かに私たちは当事者というわけではない。けれど魔術師としての誇りや人心、友人への敬意がそうさせるのです。
敬意とはな。プライドの高いお前の口からそんな言葉を聞けるとは。こんな状況でなければ。
へえ、 こんな状況でな
He's still oblivious to the true state of affairs, as long as he's still hypnotized. I suddenly feel his soul flickering and spray a perfume towards him as I jump backwards.
やはりダメか。
He darted at me in an attempt to close the distance between us, but he ducks in order to dodge the perfume, then disperses it by waving his hands.
しかし、身体能力まで変わっているわけではなさそうだな。
もう見切られてる。さすがの把握能力ね。
It's true that his power of perception belongs to Amagia, while my body itself hasn't changed. While it's true that this power of perception belongs to Amagia, while my body itself hasn't changed. Actually, couldn't this entire situation have been so easy to solve if they just, like, gave the perception powers to Koga instead? Because I assume Koga is stronger than him at least. Considering that, due to his condition, there's no way in fucking hell that Ulrich could have done strength training that would make him stronger than Koga. Most likely. So Koga would likely have the physical strength advantage. Like, the issue is that Ulrich has the advantage when it comes to skill and experience. He knows how to handle his opponents, so he could easily dispatch of Koga, because Koga just does unga bunga strength things. So if you just give that ability to foresee what the opponent is doing to Koga, and suddenly that skill gap isn't that really an issue anymore. Or at least not as much of an issue, and at that point he could possibly just use his strength to overpower him.
早めに決着をつけないとスタミナでは絶対かなわない。
Deciding that being on the defenses the entire time won't work, I move forward, but Ulrich reacts swiftly and maintains his distance. He's taking into account that I can read his mind and moves to a safe location.
どうした？逃げるだけか。
He counters and tries to catch me, but I'm able to predict that ahead of time and use all my strength to dodge.
避けることはできる。だけど、こちらの攻撃が当たらないことには。
Even being able to read his movements at a time isn't enough to make up for his speed. And I knew that this difference in ability would pose a problem, but if I don't do something about it...
思い出して。確か昔、ルイと話していた時。
This was before we came to Japan, back at the mansion in Germany.
ルイはあの人に勝ったことあるの？
そもそも本気で正面からやり合おうと思ったこともないが、まあ勝ちたいなら逆上させることだな。
逆上？怒らせるってこと？
あいつみたいなタイプは感情的にして冷静な対処力を失わせた方が隙も生まれる。
わざと怒らせるような失礼なことを言うのはどうかと思うけれど。
あんなの相手にそんな甘いことを言ってられると思うのか。どれだけおめでたいんだ。脳の代わりにタンポポは失礼だったな。タンポポにお前よりはものを考え。
Louis as...
なんか余計なことまで思い出したけど。いいわよ。やってやるわよ。
I firmly clutch a perfume bottle in my hand. Can't win unless I do this. It's exactly as Louis said, I have no choice.
あなたはルイの代わりに当主にでもなるつもりなの？
There's no way that would ever be true. He feels indebted to the Weinberger family and he's a diligent person. He also knows just how important of a person Louis is to the main family. Fully aware of that,
スペア
but...
が本物にとって変わろうとするなんておこがましい。
なんだと。
He looks offended as his eyebrows jump up.
私を愚弄する気か。
聞いてる。
The roundhouse kick I dodged at the very last second passes right before my eyes. Perhaps due to my provocation, Ulrich starts throwing more punches and kicks and quickly closes in on me. However, as I'm right now, none of them can hit me.
まだ隙がない。もう少しもっと冷静さをそがないとダメ。
If I can just spray the perfume at him point blank.
当主に選ばれなかったくせに 調子に乗らないでちょうだい。あなたは所詮ルイの代役に過ぎないのよ。
アーデルハイト、
今回のことチャンスだって思ったんじゃないの？本当はルイを守る気なんてないんでしょ。
そうだな。
For a moment, Ulrich's soul flickers strangely, or at least I think it did. But the words he's saying now grab all of my
スペア
attention.
が本物にとって変わるためには、まず本物を消さなければならない。この時、この状況を待っていた。ルートビヒを殺し、兄の私がバインベルガーの当主になる。
Yeah, plot twist. There was no hypnosis going on.
なんてこと。
My mind goes blank. Kill Louis. What is he
さ
saying?
せないわよ。
With the perfume poised at the ready, I run towards Ulrich. The situation has completely changed. There's no time to be arguing. I have to stop him no matter what it takes. Now she is also riled up. And suddenly, all the riling up she did towards him doesn't fucking matter anymore. The moment I sense an attack, but... I feel a dull impact on my stomach. In front of me, I see Ulrich with a calm expression on his face. I'd reacted fractions of a second too late and his kick landed squarely on its target. I collapsed onto the ground, unable to do anything but groan. I can't put any strength into my body.
一瞬見えた魂の奇妙な揺らぎはもしかして。
He calmly picks up the box that he
と
dropped
ころで、
earlier.
先ほどの発言は方便だ。
I knew it, that flickering was a sign that he was
別にルー
lying.
トビヒを殺す気も、当主になり変わる気もないから安心。
I see now I was the one who got riled up instead. He realized what I was up to from the start.
こんなにあっさり手玉に取られるなんて。
My body trembles in humiliation, though I went so far. Even though I went so far as to borrow her power.
お前は良くも悪くも情が深すぎる。
He opens the box in his hands and he looks down at me. A small feather comes fluttering down and pricks my head.
これ
ルートビヒの居場所は？
東寮。
Ignoring my own wishes, my mouth moves to answer him on its own accord. So that's what that mist does, but it's too late.
すまんがこいつを頼む。しばらく動けないだろう。はっ。それから寮を巡回している風紀委員に連絡して該当の部屋を探させてくれないか。私も今から向かう。
He barks out orders to the disciplinary committee members before running off.
ルイ、ごめんなさい。どうか無事で。
Ah, annoying. We continue to work on the water bottle rocket after Heidi leaves.
本体はもうじきできるな。あとは発射台とかいうやつか。
All we have to do is follow these pictures. It shouldn't take long.
あのさ、ちょっと思ったんだけど、
What is it?
もしさ、アーデルハイトさんが負けちゃった場合、執事さんのあの居場所ってすっごくヤバくない？なんか自白剤的な香水とかで喋らされたりとか。
Oh.
香水はどうかわからんが、ミストにはあるな。やばいのが。
Yeah.
だったら面倒かもだけど、一旦アーデルハイトさんの知らない場所に移動させておいた方が良くない？
As a perfume that makes someone unable to speak the truth, so it wouldn't be surprising for there to be one that forces someone to speak nothing but the truth. Mist exists for that purpose
とりあ
anyway.
えず村雲さんの部屋にでもさ。いいよ。なんか姫ちゃんの人形一つ貸してもらって一緒に置いててくれれば様子見れるし。
ああ、もちろん構わないよ。
じゃあパパッとやっちゃおう。
She used the key of Giannis to open the door directly to the shower room at Tsubaki's room.
はいどうぞ。
じゃあ私は人形を取ってくる。
Thanks. I hoist the sleeping Louis onto my back and bring him back through the door.
お待たせ。これでいいかな、すみちゃん。
Comes back with a calico cat plushie in her hand.
いいよ。相変わらず可愛いね。
ありがとう。じゃあルイさんに乗せておくから一緒に運んでくれ。
Got it.
じゃあ私の部屋へっと。
オッケー。誰もいないよ。村雲さん、ベッドを使わせてもらってもいいよ。床に放り出すのかわいそうだもん。ありがとうございます。子がちょっと待ってて。
She hurries into Sumi's room and quickly straightens out the bed. It wouldn't be good for me to be staring at a girl's bed, huh? I look away as I wait for her to finish. She's being surprisingly meticulous about it. I thought that she'd actually hate doing this kind of thing, but I guess not.
オッケー。いいよ。
Alright. Kodani is standing by with the blankets. I promptly lay Louis and the stuffed animal down onto the bed.
よし。
He plays the blanket and smooths it out. Her actions remind me of Mook for some reason, and I hastily shake my head. What am I, an idiot? Calm down, Mitsuyoshi. Milko isn't here. Just because Kodani did something similar to what Muko would do, it doesn't mean that I should be looking at them in the same light. Don't tell me that I'm growing mentally unstable because Muko's not around. I need to reorient myself already. Can't stay this way forever.
どうしたの？帰るよ。
Yeah.
おかえり。ロケット完成したよ。
発射台もできたぞ。
やったー。上出来だね。かっこいい。
Michio, you like this sort of stuff?
割と。
I'm thankful that she clung to me a lot when we were younger, so she ended up playing mostly with toys aimed at boys. That would explain her interest in this.
ハイジちゃん、どうしたかな。
まだ東寮の前で暴れてるのか？
Even so, it's been a while.
姫ちゃん、わからない？
わからないな。今私の能力は全部彼女に流してしまっているから。
ああ、そっか。
様子見に行くか？
No, if she's duking it out with Ulrich, we won't be able to do anything anyway.
うん。帰って足手まといになりかねない。
I'm worried, but we should leave it to her and get this thing up in the air as soon as possible.
だな。とにかく魔法陣さえ何とかしちまえばこっちの勝ちだしな。
よし、じゃあ行こう。はーい。
Sumi holds on to the Sumi doll while Murakumo and Kordani carry the launch pad and the rocket
あ
respectively.
とはこれかな。
ああ、そうです。その空気入れ。僕も行く。
Michio timidly stands up as well. Hey, don't force yourself.
してない。
Really now? Granted, she's not teetering anymore, but we might run into Momo. Having Michio around would be reassuring.
本当に大丈夫なんだね。
大丈夫です。だったら来てもらった方が多分魔法陣止められるのこれが最後のチャンスだよ。
It's just as Sumi says. This could very well be our last chance, and we'd be wallowing in regret if we failed only because we kept Michio back as a trump
な
card.
んかあったな、そういうの。すごい魔法の薬とか温存しすぎて使いそびれてゲームクリアしちまうってやつ。
そう、それラストなんとか病。
へえ、そんな病気があるのか。
ミブ先輩、それ多分真面目に聞かない方がいいやつです。
え？
そうね、ミーク、ミチルちゃんをラストエリじゃない、例のあれにしちゃうのは良くないと思う。
バッチリ知ってんじゃねえか。
Yeah, you're right. I already made up my mind that no matter what happens and no matter the cost, I'd always protect Michiru. Alright, you can come. Just in case Heidi comes back, we leave a note saying where we moved Louis to, and that we're headed to the other world. We've headed to the other world.
これでよし。さあ、行こうか。
じゃあ開くよ。あ、いきなり魔法陣のところに扉出すと誰か見張りとかいるかもだよね。
Yeah, how about the landing right before it?
わかった。
She takes out the key of Giannis and opens the door in midair.
なんか変な感触。あれ？階段の下に出ちゃった。
直接乗り込めないように細工でもしてんのか？
Maybe.
仕方ない。それなら階段を登るしかないな。何かあるかもしれないから十分気をつけていこう。
You proceed up the spiral staircase, carrying the launch pad and the water bottle rockets separately. Taking the lead, I spot a gigantic figure I recognize as stopping my tracks. Why is it back? That's the monster that Furia and I encountered when we wandered here. The one that spits out fake flames, an unpleasant being that only serves to trigger my trauma.
あんなものいなかったのに。生き物はみんないなくなってたんだよね。呼び戻したのかな。
ああ、それでさっき階段の下にしか出られないようになってたのか。
Now that I think about it, the Hound of Hades would spew flames too.
来のかよ、こいつも。
大丈夫だよ。この怪物、火を吹くんだけど偽物で、火に当たったら階段の下に戻されるだけだから。
I was about to mention that I'd encountered it before, but Sumi gets the jump on me.
あと、どこかに停止ボタンがあったはず。これだったか。
She pressed the button that Furia and I pushed before, but the monster remains in place.
ダメだ。
停止装置は無効になっているのか。
そうみたい。
でも火は偽物なんだよな。
うん、そのはず。
だったら強行突破できないか。おい、ちょっと発射台持っててくれ。
Okay. I take the launch pad from him and Murakumo runs up the stairs towards the beast. He then hurries back down.
前は偽物だったんだよ。うわ、本当だ。制服が少し焦げてる。
本気モードですね。
どうすんだあれ。
どうしよっか。
Tried to tell myself to calm down, but my body won't listen.
消火器とか持ってくる？
消せねえだろ。吹いてる本体なんとかしねえと。
どうしたものかな。
I can hear the discussion, but I'm unable to contribute at all. There's something clogging up my throat and my hands are trembling. This isn't time for this, Mitsuyoshi. Get a grip on yourself. These flames aren't the ones from back then. I'm fully aware of that. These aren't the flames that burned everything down back then. Even so, ever since the beast started breathing out real flames, my body has been frozen. You sure run away? The flame is growing larger. The red flames are licking the ceiling and black smoke surrounds me on all sides. My parents are... Now I don't even know where they are anymore. Michi, where are you? Say something! At the very least, I want her to be safe. I frantically search for her. Run away, Oni-chan. When I finally find her, she's in a daze, standing in the middle of a sea of flames. Oddly enough, this is the one spot that isn't burning. You idiot! You're the one who should be running away! Even if you're the only one who makes it, Oni-chan. Oh, damn it, Michiru, get out of here! I want to get closer to her and drag her out, but the fire is too strong and I can't move the way I want to. Michiru, run! I do my best to fan away the smoke, straining my stinging eyes to try and find Michiru again. Huh? Where? Saw Michiru. On the other side of toppled, smoldering pillars, a girl I've never seen before. Why is there someone... As I'm taken aback, I hear an unpleasant sound coming from above. Michiru's voice, and it's Michiru's voice, and it sounds like a scream. Don't die, no. I'm suddenly brought back to my senses and see Michiru looking up at me. Oh, I'm fine. I was able to snap out of it thanks to her. I'm soaked in cold sweat, but at the very least, I think I can move again.
あの怪物はこの階段までは追ってこないんだな。
そうだね。ここのフロアを守るのがお仕事だからじゃないかな。
Tsubaki seems to have come up with a plan to deal with the beast.
それなら誰かが引きつけているうちに残りの全員が上への階段を上がってしまえばいい。
やっぱそれしかなさそうですね。
本当ならその役は私が適任なんだが、残念ながら今はマギへの能力を流してしまっているせいで。
ダメだよ。姫ちゃんにそんな危ないことさせられないし、他の人たちだって。
何の音だ?
We hear the sound of something banging on the stairs approaching us from below. Suspicious, we stop our conversation and turn the direction to see...
ハイジちゃん？ああ、よかった。いた。皆さん、手伝ってくださる？
Heidi comes up the stairs carrying several fire extinguishers. I hurry to take them from her. Are you okay? What are you doing here?
メモを残してくださったでしょ。
She answers while trying to catch her breath. She's also drenched in sweat. Oh, so that's why. What happened with Ulrich?
ごめんなさい。実は勝てなくて一度捕まってしまったの。
え、大丈夫だったのか？
なんとかね。ごめんなさい。せっかく力を貸してもらったのに。
そんなこと構わないさ。よく無事で戻ってきてくれたよ。
まったくだ。よく逃げられたな。
アーリックはすぐに行ってしまって風紀委員だけだったから隙を見て逃げられたのよ。椿の能力は本当にすごかったわ。私がもっとうまく使えればよかったのだけど、私ミストのせいでルイの居場所を話してしまったの。メモには移動させたって書いてあったけど、無事かしら。
Yeah, there's no need to worry. He's sleeping in Sumi's room right now.
そう、ありがとう。
ただ、今誰もついてねえんだけど。
それは仕方ないわ。
大丈夫か？なんなら付き添いに戻るか？
いえ、いいわ。
Really?
ええ、私もあなたたちと一緒に行きます。アーリックを止められなかった今、マヤの策にかけるしかないものね。
Her resolve is firm, and she says that without a hint of hesitation. We take her up on her offer and have her join the party.
この消火器はなんで？椿がずっとパスを切らないでいてくれたから感情が流れてきたの。何か火を消すものがいるんだって感じ。
そうだったのか。それならパスをつないでおいてやっぱりよかったよ。
結果オーライだね。そう言ってくださると気が楽ね。ありがとう、椿。
She touches Tsubaki's hand when she says
どう
that.
いたしまして。役に立ってよかったよ。あ、これはすごいな。
そうね、とても幻想的。これがあなたの力なのね。何が？
いや、そうか。スミちゃんたちには見えてないのか。パスを切るときになんだか綺麗なんだ。
へえ、そうなんだ。私が風呂山地さんと繋いでた時はそんなことなかったな。
Seems that Tsubaki has her powers back now.
とりあえず、これで怪物を煙に巻くくらいはできそうか。
怪物？あれ、火を吹くのよね。消火器でなんとかなる生き物に見えませんけれど。
目くらましにはなるさ。これでひるませながらなんとか突破しよう。
そういうのは男の仕事でしょう。ミブさんたちはロケットの材料を運んでください。
それに姫ちゃんに力が戻ったなら安全なルートを勘で探して誘導してくれた方がいいと思う。
そうか。なら任せるが、村雲とミー君で大丈夫なのか？
お兄ちゃんは火が苦手で。
Ishu chimes in while hesitantly raising her hand.
そうなのか。じゃあ
No, even my fierce Brocco and I are still best suited for the task. And besides,
誰かを犠牲にして蘇ったって嬉しくないよ。そんなの間違ってるよ。ダメだよ、言ったじゃん。こんなの止めないとって。俺がいたらその代わり誰かが助からないんだよ。
even though it meant that he had to disappear, he still went through with it. Why can't I do something like that? As traumatic as that incident was for me, I should still take this on. I'll be fine, let me do it.
本当に大丈夫なんだな。
Yeah.
わかった。
I was thinking about going to therapy for this trauma. Might as well make it worse right before we go there. She hands me a fire extinguisher.
お兄ちゃん。
Leave it to me, I'll be okay. Now get going. Push her back towards the others.
気をつけてね。
Look after Michiru for me.
必ず無事に誘導してみせる。
With much reluctance, Michiru follows after Tsubaki.
あ よし、油断すんなよ。
Right back at you. Fire extinguishers in hand, Monako and I slowly inch up closer to the monster. Imagine if it's like those types of fire extinguisher that instead of having like the tube that you have to hold and then spray, it's like the ones where it's just immediately a nozzle. They just walk in there, fucking dual wielding fire extinguishers. Like, ah yes, die fire, die. Oops. I already read that. It seems to have noticed us and roars menacingly. Run, everyone! Whoosh, white smoke sprays forcefully from the nozzle, creating a blizzard before my eyes. The beast's thunderous roar echoes throughout. I see traces of red in between the white smoke. My heart races in the instant I recognize it as fire.
くそ、意外と一本尽きるの早えな。
He picks up a second X fire extinguisher and immediately starts spraying it while cursing. For long I have to throw away an empty one as well.
こっちだ。みんな姿勢を低くして。
I can hear Tsubaki's voice from a distance.
抜けたよ。しーちゃんたちも早く来て。
よっしゃ、いけるか、こが。
Yeah. Although I managed to respond, my body is shaking horribly. It's because of the flames that constantly flash across my field of view. My heart palpitates and my hands shake whenever I feel the heat near me. Damn, I need to calm down.
こが、先に行け。
He shouts that at me and throws the now empty fire extinguisher at the monster. With an irritated growl, it looks in Murakumo's direction.
走るぞ。
Don't do anything crazy! He starts sprinting and I frantically move my legs to make it to the stairs. However, out of the corner of my eye, I see Murakumo's figure suddenly vanish. Stop in my tracks, see that he tripped over the hose of a fire extinguisher. Seeing its prey down on its knees, the monster opens its mouth and begins to spew flames. The scene plays out slowly, like I'm watching individual frames of a stop-motion film. I can very clearly see the look of despair on Murakumo's face. There's no way I can make it over to him in time. At this rate... Michiru! I impulsively call out Michiru's name. Suddenly everything is still. Time has stopped. No, it's just been slowed down a lot. Bright red flames flicker before Murakumo, Michiru's power is still in effect. The flames continue to approach him. Even so, I'm the only one who can save him right now. My body moves naturally. I make a beeline for those flames that I was so scared of and throw the fire extinguisher lying on the ground at the monster's mouth. I then pick up Murakumo and run towards the stairs as fast as my legs can take me. A blaze erupts behind us and at the same time Murakumo lets out a surprised voice. Escaping by the skin of our teeth, we leave the monster's floor before Michiru's power wears off. After running up the stairs and setting Murakumo down, I start sweating profusely. My heartbeat doesn't quiet down even after I catch my breath.
おい、大丈夫なのかよ。
Michiru attempts to come up to me, but she begins to stagger and Heidi goes to support her. I want to respond, but no words come out of my mouth. All I can produce are raspy pants. Damn, this is pathetic. I forcefully wipe the sweat from my forehead with my shaking hands. She runs up to me as I'm crouched down on the ground and wraps her arms around me, stroking my back. Yeah. The sensation of someone gently caressing my back is extremely calming and familiar. My rough breathing gradually settles down. This feeling... I'm doing this intentionally. Stop making me feel bad, game! Oh, cool. And I mutter that subconsciously, see Kurdani looks startled. She stares straight at me, her eyes wide open. Huh, this expression. I've seen it somewhere before. No, right, that's the one that I see all the time. This expression belongs to... No way. You're Muko. The moment I say that, I can hear the faint sound of a music box. Then a bright light and airy ball of then a bright and airy ball of
あ
light
なた
appears.
は過去を変え、ミストの発動よりも未来にたどり着い
Oh,
た。
she went back in the past. Is that it? the entire was she Muko the entire fucking time? Like from the start of the first game. The light drifts over to Kurudani and states that in a tranquil
どうやら
voice.
私は役目を終えたようですね。あなたの望みが叶いますよ。
Without saying a word, Kurudani takes a box out from her pocket, more specifically one resembling a music box. A ball of light is sucked into it. The box wavers and then disappears. That box, the piece of cloth hidden behind the box flutters to the
魔
ground.
法陣
There's one drawn from the cloth. With a whoosh, Kurudani is enveloped in a distortion I've seen several times before. At the next moment... What? Like, I'm gonna need an explanation on this now. Did did Maya actually never show up herself? And it was Muko from the start? Was Maya in the first game already Muko? Or was Maya only Muko when she came to the school, even though everyone was supposed to have been not at school in this game? That was just time traveling Muko there. Which is it? What the fuck is happening? I'm so fucking confused.
ただいま帰りました。
I see Muko looking slightly embarrassed.
黒谷さんは
あれは私です。ご心配をおかけしました。
ずっとお前だったのか。
はい。
That's all you have to say? How worried do you think I was about you?
怒らないでください。大丈夫だと言ったじゃないですか。
As if I know that from just that!
分かられてはダメだったんです。自分の正体が過去の時間の人たちにバレたら、その時点で過去へ戻れる魔術は解けてしまうのですから。ですから、黒谷さんのふりをするしかなかったし、誰にも言えなかったんです。
過去へ戻れる魔術？今のがそういうミストだったの？
そうです。さあ、急ぎましょう。もう時間がありません。
She points up to the stairs. Yeah, but...
説明なら歩きながらでもできます。
Okay, fine. At least tell me this. Is the real Kurudani at home right now?
もちろんです。彼女の名誉のためにも言っておきますが、勝手に学園に戻るなどという非常識な行動はとっていません。
とか言いながら、一番やりかねないやつを選んでるあたりが獅子語だよな。
それは否定しません。
しかもお芝居上手だね。
We did see that she is very good at imitating people based on her impression of the principal.
割と必死でした。
She sounds somewhat embarrassed and mumbles a bit. Well, Kurudani and Muko are practically polar opposites after all.
じゃあ、ペットボトルを通販していたのは最初から歯車に打ち上げるためだったのか。ええ、こっそり通販の特急便で申し込みました。
You had everything planned out, huh?
他には魔法陣になぜか変な影があるけど、あれも
私です。礼拝堂の地下に忍び込んで魔法陣が描かれた円盤に細工しました。
Apparently the principal had shown it to her when she was captured. Because of that, she was able to find a spot that would hinder it without being immediately noticeable, she explains.
いつの間にそんなことを。
もしかして食料取りに行ったっていう時？
ええ、そうです。風紀委員に異空間の地図を拾わせて手薄になるまで様子を伺っていました。
そうだったの。じゃあ牛尾がいなかったら 魔法陣が照射された時点で私たちは負けていたのね。
Long story short, in order to escape from the treasury, Muko used a mist that was able to transport her to the past, and she pretended to be Kurodani, secretly supporting us the entire time. The last bit of Bloodstone was missing from the bureau office because Muko, under the guise of Kurodani, had already picked it up. Oh, that's where she had. Wait, what happened to the Bloodstone that was at the fucking... Then? What? Huh? Oh, I've been tagged. I understand your logic and why you did what you did,
ミ
but
ー君すっごい心配してたもんね。
ですからそれはご心配おかけしましたと最初に。
I know that, but
けど何です？
それでも心配だったってことだよ。
めんどくせえやつだな。
shut up! Muko looks a bit troubled and turns away. Ah, the sun relief is throwing me off. This really isn't the time to be hung up over this. That magic circle's more important.
とりあえず保留にしてください。魔法陣が先です。
Alright.
なんか急に納得したよ。二人にしかわからない何かがあるんだろう。あら、秘密のワードかしらね。
You know, I can hear you guys! I can hear you guys! The gun makes everything funnier.
東両隅々まで探しましたが、羊さんはおられませんでした。
そうか。
すみません。お嬢様にまで逃げられた上に。
いや、そちらは私も少し手加減をしすぎた。気にするな。
は。
協力してもらってすまない。
After thanking the disciplinary committee member, I walk him down the hallway. From the roof, I stare up at the clock tower, calculating backwards from the amount of ingredients that Oddlight had. The perception-blocking perfume should be wearing off any minute now.
一度試してみるか。
Take the key of Giannis that it was given out from a coat pocket. When I turn the key in midair, I can feel my mana flowing into it. Seems like it's working.
ようやく効果が切れたな。
Just as I thought, I placed a hand on the doorknob and turn it.
ここ。
I've seen this room before. They moved Ludwig back on the spot then. The cover! The cover that has the anti-hypnosis spell on it! He's going to get bamboozled. Stepping inside the room, I quickly notice him sleeping soundly on top of the bed.
他のものはですか。それは好都合。
I survey the room first to be safe. There's nothing that strikes me out of place.
私を倒そうとあれだけ準備していたアーデルハイトがここを知らなかったということは。
It's almost as if they didn't even have the time to hide
予定
Ludwig.
より大幅に時間を食わされたがな。とっとと連れて帰るか。
After much trouble, I can finally return to Germany. As I move to lift him up, I place a hand on the bed. Boom! Get fucked! I feel like I just broke the surface of a pool of water and my consciousness returns. I can feel the mana from my right eye coursing through my body again. Right, I remember fighting Ulrich. The mana in my fake eye was still normal, and then I met up with Adelheid and the others. I can't recall anything after that. Opening my eyes, I can tell that I'm lying on a bed somewhere. I spring up and confirm my surroundings. It's a familiar place. I feel at ease after realizing that it's Murako Mukasumi's room.
で、お前は何をしている？
I direct that question to my stepbrother, who's standing in shock beside me. It's only the two of us in this room.
シーツを見てみろ。
He sighs as he says that. It's rare for him to. It's rare to see him like this. As a result, I can more or less figure out what happened.
魔法陣。暗示解除か。
I get off the bed and pull away the blanket. A magic circle is drawn on the bedsheet directly under it. It's the one we used before.
考えたのは牛尾だな。
I crack a smile. She used my body as a bait to lure Ulrich into this trap. She's the only one who could have concocted this plan.
これで暗示が解けたお前がマギへの眠りを解いてくれたというわけか。
すまん。申し訳なかった。
He's probably kicking himself for playing into the enemy's hands when he was supposed to come here to pick us up. He lowers his head deeply.
暗示は仕方がない。敵には時を操るマギエがいるんだ。
そのようだ。マギエらしき人物にもあったんだがな。
なら、今からでも俺たちに協力しろ。この学園が何をしでかしているか。
ああ、見てきた。だからこそ役目は放棄できない。
おい。
わかるだろう、お前には。ここまで危険な場所に当主を滞在させるわけにはいかん。
I refrained from clicking my tongue. I knew that he was a stubborn guy, but this is as far as I'll get.
不祥事の攻めは追う。それは当然だ。しかし役目と本家を裏切ることは。
当主は俺だぞ。
もちろん分かっている。だが、当主を早急に無事に連れ戻せ。お前こそ自覚しているはずだが。お前はこれまでの当主とは違う。性別まで変わってしまうほどの適性があるんだ。本家はここでの騒動でお前を失ってしまうことを何より恐れている。
そういうつもりなら眠らせたまま連れ帰れば話は早かったはずだ。
これがあったのでな。
He says that he shows me a small piece of paper that he was holding. Fairness. The word means the same in German as it does in English.
これが掛け布団の下に置いてあった。
それで俺を起こしたのか。公正に
暗示を受けてしまった私がお前を眠らせたまま連れ出すのは確かに公正ではないと思ったのだな。
This is probably also the work of Ushio, in order to prevent Ulrich from doing just that.
しかし、こいつの頑固さはさすがに計算外だっただろうな。俺もだが。
My powers won't work against Ulrich. He has the ring that nullifies them, which he had used the last time we
間接
fought.
的な力の使い方なら。
I don't think he'd give me the time to do that, though. Making him listen to by force is out of the question as well. Based on his personality, his determination won't falter no matter what I say. I heave a sigh and shrug my shoulders. There's no way out of this.
わかった。今すぐドイツに帰ろうじゃないか。
ずいぶん素直だな。
他に選択肢がない以上。
アーデルハイトはどうする？
置いていく。当主の俺さえ帰れば問題ないんだろ。
そうだな。
So you can stay. He nods after a few moments of thought. Now
あ
then.
とは本家をどう説得するかだな。
よし、もうすぐ頂上だ。
誰かいるかな。
気配はする。みんな気をつけて。
We finally reach where the gears are after climbing to the top of the stairs. Stick my head out to look around. I've got a full party. Principal and Momo are watching over Hina, who's lying back and resting on a chair which they brought from who knows where. They're all together. To Principal's side, Momo's dangerous. Temporarily retreat down the stairs and discuss the state of affairs in hushed voices.
ここからは打ち上げられない？
ペットボトルロケットはある程度広さのある兵器でなければ打ち上げにくいです。
消防員先輩さえどうにか動きを止められればなんとかなるか。香水で無力化するしかないわね。
それは俺たちでやるか。
では私が隙を見て打ち上げます。村雲さんは人形の制御のために待機を。
分かった。
Michi, how are you holding up?
なんとか。
Michi was unsteady on her feet earlier, but it seems that she's been trying this entire time to not
無
faint.
理しないで下がっていてくれ。
No, she needs to see Hina! I'm going to... man...
それじゃあ香水を。
Alright, let's get to it. Monaka Mohide, Tsubaki, and I each carry a bottle of perfume and we run to the top of the stairs.
おお、証拠りもなくまたやってきたのかね。
She started off with her usual pompous laugh, but it fades once she sees Muko standing behind me.
ほう、抜け出したというのかね。
She looks strangely perturbed. Must have been completely unexpected.
学園長はお下がりください。
Momo stands up and dashes straight towards us with great
させない
force.
わよ。
Heidi sprays the perfume directly at her. She hurriedly pulls back and it looks like she almost falls down as a result.
近寄らせませんよ、委員長。
ミブさん、どうしてそんな意地悪するんです？
意地悪なわけあるか。
邪魔しないでください。
邪魔してんのはあんただよ。
Despite being on the verge of tears, she's still keeping an eye out for an opening. The four of us keep our perfume bottles at the ready.
Gee!
You know what? Crap, I totally forgot about him. The white silhouette slips past us with incredible speed and breaks through our back line. Muko barely dodges the Ermine flying towards her, but he lunges at the air pump near her feet instead and sends it clattering down the stairs. Without it, we have no way of launching the rocket. That Ermine understood what we were trying to do. No, maybe Hina instructed it. The instant Muko sees that she can't launch the rocket anymore, she hands it and the doll to
この
Sumi.
ロケットなら直接触れていますし、飛ぶイメージですよね。
そっか、そうだね。
Her plan now is to launch it with mana instead of air. If that's the case, Tsubaki, go help Sumi. We'll take care of things
わ
here.
かった、ミブさん、香水よ。
Tsubaki switches places with Muko, handing her the perfume, and then runs over to Sumi.
スミちゃん、私の力も使ってくれ。
And if the Ermine shows up, we know what we have to do. Sorry, it doesn't work as well with this one. And I guess it kind of works, but it just doesn't have like the same. Je ne sais quoi. It doesn't have the same like, because this one actually you need a little bit of strength to actually pull back. So it actually like, it just has a better vibe, I guess you could say. Oh well. No, this one is like, because this one is literally just like fucking just a... And it's literally like the same amount of strength I would need to do like something like this with my glasses. That's just boring.
大丈夫。花火だってあげたし、私の力ならできるはず。
Sumi desperately supplies the rocket with mana. Tsubaki lends a hand by sharing her own. Can't let anyone get in their way.
妙見まねだけど、行くよ。
With all her might, she throws the water bottle rocket into the air.
かなり消耗するな。
In order to support her, Tsubaki also holds up her arms towards the rocket. It's their first time doing something like this. They don't know anything about controlling the rocket's flight, so it seems to be quite taxing on them.
なるほどなるほど。よく考えたね。
The principal bursts out into laughter upon seeing the rocket in the air. As she laughs, she takes out something from her
よかっ
pocket.
た。いざという時のためにこれを用意しておいて。さすが
Oh no!
私。
Oh no, she's the one with the gun! I squint and try to make out what it is, but she's too far away. Her laughter continues as she points at
村
Sumi.
雲かすみ。何？
She jolts in surprise and then goes stiff. A magic circle forms around her. That's... I've seen it before. It's a mist that we've been on the receiving end of before. Murakami used it on us and it renders you immobile if your name is called.
スミちゃん、スミちゃんしっかり。
ごめん。ロケットが。
Having lost its pilot, the rocket begins to fall. However, since it was aiming for the gears, it falls some distance away and...
おっとっと。
Before we even get the chance to take a step forward, Momo moves under the falling rocket and catches it. The principal roars with laughter after seeing us all stunned.
さあ、他に何か方法は考えていないのかな。このミスト、あと2人までなら拘束できるんが。まあ、順当に考えたら マギエであるミブさんは無力化しておいた方がいいかな。
Damn it. That was the only plan we had. Right now, Sumi's probably the only one with the power to do something about that projector high in the sky. Have to find some way to seal Serpent and release her.
策ならあるとも。
I hear a familiar voice coming from behind me, and when I turn around, I see that it's none other than Louis. And accompanying him is Ulrich. From the looks of it, the hypnosis on him has been removed. The principal immediately points the finger with Serpent on it at them. Perhaps the principal doesn't know Louis' real name, but if I remember correctly, the mist works on any name that the victim identifies with. Even if it's a nickname, the instant it recognizes that you're being called, it would still work. Huh? At that moment, it felt like I heard the sound of time itself creaking. Time feels like it's flowing so slowly that it's almost stopped.
ミチルが力を使ったのか?
I looked around trying to figure out what's going on. Michiru seems to just as confused as we are, so it's probably not her doing. Following her line of vision, I see something resembling a ball of light slowly making its way from the principal to Louis.
なるほど。名前を呼ぶ声に魔術を乗せているのか。
As he murmurs that, Louis sweeps away the ball of light with his hand. Specks of light sparkle and dance every which way before disappearing.
魔術だけを払ったの。
魔術だけを
束縛するというミストの効力だけを払い落としたのよ。
Wait, Louis, you can stop time too?
止めていない。これはマギエがその能力を発動するときに見ている非常に緩やかになった時間だ。
So this happens anytime a Magia uses their powers?
能力による。俺の力は音だから、音を捉えようと能力を発揮するとこうなる。
音速を捉えるというなら、それは遅くなるでしょうね。
俺が波長を合わせているから、お前たちも認識できているんだ。時間が止まっているわけではない。
時を操れるマギエはラズリットだけだもの。普通のマギエには時の流れそのものを遅くするなんて
じゃあミチルがやってたのもこれか。
僕時間止めたりできないよ。
おそらくミチルは無意識に味方と認識している相手には波長を合わせてしまっていたんだろう。
So it's basically because she can't fully control her own powers. Makes sense.
ルイ、それにアーリック。
I suddenly hear the principal's voice and turn back to her. Time returns to its usual speed.
悪いが、それは聞かんぞ。
でしたら、モモが止めます。
Momo looks totally ready to resolve this with her fists and furiously runs towards Louis.
そうはいかん。
However, Ulrich dashes right in front of her with comparable speed. She hurriedly stops in her tracks.
声という音を引き金にするミストがバインベルガーに効くわけないだろう。原理としてはこういうことかな。つづら折り坂不人。
Just like what happened to Sumi earlier, the principal twitches before becoming completely motionless.
聖護院桃か。それから7番ひな。
There's like a speck of dirt on my monitor that makes it look like she's got like a fucking like she's got like a fucking talking is hard. What's the English word actually? I can't fucking remember right now. Wrinkle. Looks like she just has like a fucking wrinkle here, and that's it's dark because of that. Like it just makes her look far more upset than she actually is. Louis calls out all their names, rendering them frozen in place. You can do something like this without a mist, huh?
さっき実際に見たところだしね。音を操る魔術である以上、ルイの守備範囲よ。
After hearing that, Muko rushes over to the principal and places a sealing talisman on Serpent.
大丈夫か。
With the mist now sealed, Sumi regains her mobility. Seeing as that's the case, I run over to Momo to take over the to take back the water bottle rocket. Yeah, it's all crushed. I don't know whether it was on purpose or if she was just unable to control her strength, but the rocket isn't in any condition to fly. Sumi said that the image of flying was important, so with it looking like this now...
なぜここにいるんだね。ドイツへ帰るのではなかったのか。
The immobile principal starts rattling on to
たとえ
at
暗示が解
Ulrich.
けたとしても、それが唯一の目的だったはずだろう。
この件に関してバインベルガー本家は当主の意見に全面的に従うそうだ。ならば私もそれに従うだけだ。
待ってくれ。先に本家へ戻ると連絡を入れておこう。この門の外なら衛星電話がつながるはずだ。
うん？ああ。
ああ、私だ。唐突だがバインベルガー家当主としての意向を告げる。
おい。
天秤瑠璃学園にて進行している計画は極めて危険だ。放置しておくべきではない。これを見捨てて逃げたとあっては当家の名が汚れる。したがってバインベルガー家の名誉にかけて阻止する。これは命令だ。なんなら親族一同招集して伺いを立てろ。
お前最初からそのつもりで。
議論している暇はないと言っているだろう。このままでは魔術師としてのバインベルガー家は滅びるぞ。どこまで融通が利かないんだお前ら。分かった。代わりに他の条件を何でも飲んでやる。ああ、何でも。以前のあれか。分かった。理解したか。本家は納得したぞ。
半ば脅してなかったか。
気のせいだ。
You're just imagining things. He didn't threaten them. He bargained. And he got probably the short end of the
条
deal.
件というのは後継ぎを作れって話か。
分かっているなら聞くな。
よく説得できたわね。
状況はどうなっている？
ちょっとなんで無視するのよ。
Louis approaches Muku, leaving Heidi to lament by
空に浮か
herself.
ぶ歯車の上にある魔法陣の投影機を壊さなければ。
And she says that she shows him the rocket that I
なるほ
retrieved.
ど。
You understood everything from just that?
こいつを飛ばして霞が人形を操り、投影機とやらの照射を妨害する策だったのだろう。
Exactly. What's going on in this guy's head? Oh, what do we do now?
ペットボトルロケットは潰れてしまいましたからね。
このままでも頑張ればなんとか飛ばせるかも。
Aren't you two out of mana by now? Oh, but now that Louis is here, maybe we can share some of his. Look his way and shakes his
必
head.
要ない。
What do you
つ
mean?
まり歯車自体を破壊すれば投影機も落ちるということだろ。
ええ、その通りですが。
お前の力ならば可能だろう、ルートビー。
ああ。
Louis raises his arm up without any hesitation. I hear a loud noise as if the air around us were oscillating. You, by yourself, you can do something like that?
まあ見ていろ。
歯車が揺れてる。何をしている。
共振だ。ルートビヒが発している音の振動に歯車が共鳴している。
With cracks and creaks, the gears start to break. Small fragments rain down from the sky. Goes without saying that Louis ignores her frantic pleas.
音だけであんなに壊れるもんなのか。
声でグラスを破壊するのと原理は同じね。外部から同じ振動を与え続けて大きく変形させ破壊を起こすの。
なるほど。音は空気の振動ですからね。赤い目のマギエならばそういう現象も起こせるということですね。
すげえな。
A loud creak resounds through the air and a crack runs through the center of the gears. She lets out a scream of despair.
君たちはそれでいいのかね。カラスマくんたちを見捨てて友達を見捨てて古賀くん。ダメ。
Momo and Hina are writhing about, trying to break free from the spell, but they're unable to and remain where they are.
どうする？
With his hand still up, he turns to look at me as he asks that. I had already made up my mind ages ago. Please destroy it. Unfortunately, I already racked my brain over it and have come to terms with it.
ここに烏丸くん本人がいても彼の答えも同じだったでしょう。
The amount of debris falling from above gradually increases. Before long, the gears start disintegrating.
落ちてくるぞ。
Victory! Having lost its support, the projector wobbles and falls to the ground with the rest of the wreckage.
止まった。
The energy seems to drain from the principal's body as she watches the projector roll on the ground in front of her.
頑張ったのに。ずっと頑張ってきたのに。
Besides Momo, who's on the verge of tears, Hina is biting her lip, looking frighteningly melancholic. Everyone's safe now. Convinced that we won, we look up at the sky only to see that the magic circle is still there.
投影機落ちてきたよね。確かにあそこに転がってる。じゃあな。
焼き付いてやがる。
焼き付いている？魔法陣がですか？
長時間照射されたせいで魔力でできている空自体に焼き付いてしまった。
あれは壊せねえのか？
俺の力は固有振動数のあるものには効くが、魔力でできた異空間は無理だ。
時間をかければ魔力は吸い取れるかもしれないけれど、もうそんな時間は。
The principal, who had been speechlessly staring at the floor, lets out another one of her maniacal laughs.
運命だよ。これは運命。ご覧ください、お母様。魔法陣は無事です。よかった。うん。どうやらやはり私たちの勝ちのようだね。
Damn it, this isn't fair!
消す。
あるわけないだろう。
Michiru!
都合のいい方法が。音では消せない。
Hina looks over at
もち
Louis.
ろん香水も言われるまでもないわよ。
She then looks at
空
Sumi.
間に焼き付いている以上、人形を操ってもどうにもならない。嘘が見抜ける？それも役に立たない。
Lastly, she looks at Michiru, standing some distance
あな
away.
たはそもそも魔力が操れないようね。そう。もう誰にも邪魔できない。
Michiru droops her head timidly.
その通りです、お母様。今ここにお母様の約束は成就するのです。いくら赤い目のマギエと言っても、マギエの能力には得て増えてがある。最後はこんな結果になるなんて。
It's frustrating, but Hina's right. As it stands, we have no way of getting rid of that magic circle.
なんという結末だ。どうやら運命の女神は我々に味方し、夜の生徒を蘇らせろと言ってるようだね。
None of us are able to speak, and we're all standing in shock.
そんな。もう打つ手がない。
Muko mutters that as she looks at for any hints that we might that might get us out of this. Nevertheless, she remains perfectly calm. And it's not just Muko. Louis, Heidi, Sumi, Tsubaki, Murakumo. We're all making up for one another's shortcomings as we face our enemies. Can't forgive them. Fate conclusion. Because of that, we're... As if I'm letting things stay like this. Can't forgive them. Even if we can't see the light at the end of the tunnel, even if they can point and laugh at us, I resist until the very end, as if I'll accept that sort of fate. That's when it happens. The mysterious girl from that time appears before me. Ah! Is this a mist? This doesn't look like a mist. This looks like a girl. Quickly look around, but nobody other than me and Michiru seem to pay her any attention. It's like they can't even see her. You're... Without saying a word, she reaches for a collar and pulls out a pendant hanging from a thin chain. That rock is. Next thing I know, I'm standing in a completely different place than I was a minute ago.
あれ見覚えがあるな。
アーデルハイト、無事か。
なんだここは。
前にも来ましたね。
ああ。
It's not just me, everyone else here is here too. My feet are the principal Momo and Hina, all unconscious. Why are they unconscious? This is the dream world. I didn't realize that it's the scenery from the dream world that we went to because of that one mist. However, compared to the last one we were here, it looks much darker and perhaps gloomy would be the better word for it. In front of me is that girl, clearly standing there. She has a lonely look in her eyes as she stares at Hina, collapsed on the ground.
モルフェイスの石。
Alright, the stone she was wearing around her neck. That one would look familiar. It's the mist that lets one experience any dream that they desire. My classmate Yoshida Suwara accidentally activated it a while back and caused a lot of trouble.
いつか必要になると思って。
Gotta think of it. We all seem to have our consciousness intact even though we're in the dream world. I had to use Heidi's perfume last time in order to do
あな
that.
た方が今意識を保てているのは、この夢を作った私がそう望んだからです。
She says that as if she were answering the question in my
あな
mind.
たは
アンデル。もう名前はご存知ですよね。
あの日記の。
そうです。あなた方がミストで綴ったあの日記で、クラード・ラズリットに彼女と呼ばれていたのが私。
Oh, is it an issue of like for some reason her soul was like split into two? Like the imprinted memory itself is with him while the power is with Michiru or some bullshit like that? Is that the case? Anyway.
でも亡くなったのでは。
ええ。
She
本
nods.
当の私は20年前にあの火事で死にました。
She lifts up Morpheus' stone dangling from her neck while she
この
talks.
夢のミストであなたたちの前に姿を現すかどうか最後まで迷っていました。けれどもうほぼ時間切れです。他に方法はありません。これが最後の機会だと思い、
最後の機会。
どちらかを選んでください。
Angel lets go of Morpheus' stone and the chain holding it quietly tingles as it sways.
運命とやらを覆すことを選ぶか選ばないか。今ここであの魔法陣を壊せる力を求めるか、たとえそれが苦しみを伴う行為であったとし。
We look amongst ourselves after being asked that question. What does she mean? What will happen if we answer? We're all full of questions as we try to figure out her intentions. Muko walks up to
私
Angel.
たちは誰も犠牲にならない方法を求めています。あなたの言う苦しみというのが具体的に何を指しているかによります。
私の言う苦しみとは、優しい嘘を捨て隠されていた真実に向き。
Chills went down my spine and almost let out a yelp. What the? I'm confused as to why that
それなら
happened.
ば私に異論はありません。
もう誰も犠牲にならないんなら。
みんな助けたいからね。20年前の生徒たちも含めて。
もちろん俺たちにも依存はない。そうだな、アーデルハイト。
ええ。
当主に従います。
Ichi also nods silently. Yeah, as long as nobody else is going to die. I'm curious about these chills, but I have no reason to
それで
disagree.
は一つずつ順序立てて今から真実を話しましょう。
After seeing all of us approve, she starts speaking in a tranquil tone of voice.
私がお母様 ラズリットに引き取られてこの学園にやってきたことは日記を読んでご存知ですね。
ええ、知っています。
そして20年前の惨事を引き起こしてしまったことも。
I'm in my room in the library, lost in confused. It was supposed to be a good idea, but it turns out that the spell to give a homunculus a heart was much harder than I
どうして
anticipated.
かしら。
Sitting down on the sofa, I flip through the pages of a tome that describes how to create homunculi, one that I've already read several times before.
作り方は間違ってない。
As I expected, nowhere does it say how to create one with a heart. That's why I have no choice but to experiment on my own. Mother has gone overseas for important matters, so she's not around to help me. My heart flutters at the thought of finishing it before she returns and surprising her, so I zealously got to work, but...
みんな心が消えてしまった。
I can certainly see the flickering of a soul before the homunculus awakens, but it fades away like a fleeting dream the moment it opens its eyes. Not only that, but one homunculus even burst apart and vanished as if the body couldn't support the heart it was given.
今度こそお願い。
In the corner of a room, a brand new homunculus is sleeping, waiting to be brought into this world. I will heartedly supply her with mana as she sleeps on the other side of this sleek and lustrous membrane. She's the 7th one. Don't disappear. Please accept the heart this
ただの
time.
お人形じゃない。あなたには心があるの。魂があるの。
You can fatally feel the warm fluctuations of the soul through this thin membrane. They're like the warmth you feel on a cold winter day from seeing the lights at home in the distance, full of happiness, anticipation, and love.
それはあなたのものよ。あなたの魂。
The soul sways. She can hear it. My voice is getting
いら
through
っし
to
ゃい。
her.
ここへ。その心を持ったまま私のそばへ。
The membrane tears apart. My instincts are telling me something. The water inside it turns into a sparkling mist and all that remains is her. Thank goodness it didn't disappear. My mind feels at ease. Can't help but give a great big smile. I don't trust it.
おはよ
Good morning, she says. She stares at me with a puzzled look
う。
on
気
her
分
face.
はどう？ディーチェ。
I call her with the same name that I was called before with the words that mean baby. Means baby.
気分。
She mutters that, her head tilted quizzically. After much thought, she then gives a timid reply.
あったかいです。あたたかい。お顔。
She hesitantly points at my face with one of her slender fingers. Then a bright smile appears on her face as if a bud had blossomed.
優しいお顔。だからなんだかあったかくなりました。
I get goosebumps all over my body. My vision blurs as if I'm suddenly underwater.
どうしたの？
She peers into my face looking
お
surprised.
母様。泣いてるの？ごめんなさい。大丈夫よ。
Okay, at this point we're safe
泣い
probably.
てるの？悲しいの？
Listen, I am nothing if not paranoid. She looks troubled and reaches for me. I hold her precious hand in mine.
違うの。嬉しいの。とっても嬉しいのよ。
There's no doubt about it, she has a heart. She saw my smile and felt its warmth. She saw my tears and
嬉
hesitated.
しい？嬉しいの。
Oops,
あ
fuck.
なたが生まれてきてくれて。嬉しい。私も嬉しい。
She hugs me tightly and looks up at me with a huge smile on her
おは
face.
ようございます。お母様。おはよう、ディーチェ。
And thus she came to be. I was planning on giving her to my depressed classmate, but ended up taking her in. While I was working on my failed experiments, she had regained quite a bit of her vitality, and didn't seem to need help anymore. Not to mention that, even though this one was successful, Dita's soul was the very first I'd ever made, and I had doubts about whether it would be safe to let her leave my side. However, she learned all sorts of things in a short amount of time and was growing rapidly.
もう赤ちゃんじゃないわね。ディーチェじゃなくてちゃんとした名前をあげなきゃいけないわ。名前？ええ、そうね。あなたは7番目の子だからセドミン。ディーチェにセドミンを足してセディにしましょう。セディ。そうよ、セディ。今日からあなたの名前は。ありがとう、お母様。
She leaps towards me and wraps her arms around me in joy. I return her embrace while sharing her laughter. I knew it. She isn't a doll at all. She must have a heart, seeing how happy she is. I was confident I had succeeded, but I still felt a little anxious. What if her happiness was from simply copying my actions? Did she truly feel happy? Was she laughing from the bottom of her heart? This worry was that was lurking within me the entire time has now been cleared.
お母様大好き。ありがとう。私もよ、セディ。
She's innocent, honest, and extremely kind. She'll say that she loves me. When I'm smiling, she'll smile too and say that she's happy. She's so dear to me. Being apart from her would be unthinkable.
ねえ、お母様はいつも朝からどこへ行ってるの？学園に授業を受けに行ってるのよ。お勉強してるの。私も行っちゃダメ？お勉強したいの？うん。お母様と一緒にお勉強しに行きたい。
Seems her feeling lonely when I'm not around during the day, coupled with her increasing curiosity about the world, made her interested in classes as well. I also want to be with her as much as possible, so I decided to take her to my classroom.
おはよう、みんな。
おはよう。あれ、その子誰？
見たことない子だね。アンデルちゃんの親戚か何か？新しい命よ。私が作ったの。
Phrasing.
作った？
そんな急にこんな大きな子が？なんで？
どう見ても俺たちとそんなに年変わらないみたいだけど。
My classmates seem very surprised and I hear nothing but confused murmurs. Sadie gets intimidated by this and hides behind my back.
同じ年くらいの子が突然現れるのはおかしなことなの？
This isn't going to work. Sadie's just gonna get scared. I want you to understand that school is a fun place.
この子はみんなと同じクラスメートよ。ここで一緒にお勉強する。そうでしょ？
Oh. Angel, angel, angel. Angel, angel, angel. High-pitched whine fills the room. I used it. I can feel everyone's souls freeze momentarily and get rewritten. No, I used my powers to rewrite them. They now think that Sadie is a regular classmate, that there's nothing out of the ordinary about her.
あれ？
何の話してたっけ？お友達が増えたのよ。
As I say that, I pull Sadie, who's still nervous, by the hand out into the open. I reassure her with my eyes that everything's going to be alright. She nods shyly and gives everyone a bow.
こんにちは。
This time my classmates don't look confused at all and greet her with smiles.
よろしくね。君、名前は？
セディです。
へえ、かわいいね。
セディちゃん、教科書は？貸してあげようか？
お昼は？お弁当？
一緒に食べようか。
The tension finally disappears from her face and she's able to relax.
これで大丈夫。
I also breathe a sigh of relief. However...
なんてこと。どうして。あの子はホムンクルスよね。
Mother wasn't as happy.
それは罪なのよ。あるはずのない命を人の手で生み出してしまうなんて。そう、 そうね。理解するのは難しいと思うわ。でもお願い、お母様と約束して。同じようなホムンクルスは二度と作らないって。
Not only is she unhappy, but she seems downright displeased as she says that to me. I wonder why. Sadie is such an innocent, good girl.
お母様、どうしたの？今日は大切な人にお会いする日だって言ってたわよね。会えなかったの？いいえ、会えたわ。じゃあ、どうしてそんな悲しいお顔なの？ごめんなさいね、心配させて。喜んでもらえなくて少し残念だった。
Okay, we're getting context for the scenes there where we didn't yet know who was who.
喜んでもらえなかった？ええ、でも大丈夫よ。
Embrace her tightly and make a
あな
pledge.
たは必ず私が守るから。
That's why when Mother said that Sadie and I should distance ourselves from each other, I got so agitated.
言わないで。あの子は違う。ただのホムンクルスとは違うの。お人形じゃないの。
そうよ。ただのホムンクルスじゃない。あの子は
セディよ。あの子にはセディっていう名前があります。お人形じゃないの。
That's why I yelled at Mother like that, unable to patch things up between us. My heart remained in disarray, and then that day arrived. The day of the school-wide assembly. All the students were in the auditorium. Me, Sadie, our classmates were all waiting for the teacher to arrive.
どうしたらいいの？セディと離れるなんて。
The rest of my classmates were engaged in idle chatter with one another. Sadie is also with them, but she must have been worried about the pale look on my face.
いけない。セディに不安を与えてしまっては。
I recall what happened when I first brought her to my classroom. The looks on everyone else's faces, as well as Sadie's frightened expression. I can't be making her worry now that she's developed an interest in the school and become friends with everyone. It's only because I rewrote all their souls, though. This isn't a real thing.
あれもいけないことだったのかしら。
Sadie's existence is apparently unnatural. So rewriting everyone's souls for Sadie's sake also?
え？君誰？
あれ？どこのクラスの子？っていうか、いつから行ったんだっけ？
Oh, she accidentally undid her.
どうしたの？みんな。
My classmates are looking at Sadie with suspicion. Sadie looks troubled and confused. The spell's worn off. Because I was wallowing in anxiety, spell that I cast and the whole school was broken.
ダメ。
誰だよ？そっちのクラスのやつ？
え？見たことないけど。どうして？みんなどうしたの？
Realistically, the spell shouldn't make them completely forget about about her. It should just make them forget about the adjustments she made to make them not question her. Meaning that any interactions they had with her after that point where the spell was first cast should still remain their memories, really. Because if that's not the case, then the soul would be complete, and it's a case of, oh, the soul is reset to what it was before, then they would have forgotten everything that happened between the activation of the spell and now. So they would probably be more confused. Why the fuck am I suddenly in the goddamn auditorium? I was in class before this. So what's the logic?
いや、どうしてって、俺君のこと知らないんだけど。
やめて。
Won't hurt, Sadie. Put all my strength into rewriting everyone's souls again. That was my final mistake.
そこにいるの誰？
ねえ、なんか急に知らない子が。
It's not working. The instability of my heart is preventing me from properly controlling my magic.
お母様、怖い。やめて、お願い。その子を傷つけないで。
When I shout, I can tell that a terrifying amount of mana comes bursting out from within me. I'm unable to stop it, then the collapse of my unstable heart brings about widespread destruction. One by one, the students around me are engulfed by flames. I quickly realized that flames are because the souls I tried to rewrite were unable to withstand the power of my rampaging mana. I do my best to suppress my mana. However, my powers have gone completely out of control. Jesus Christ, Nico. In the blink of an eye, the flames gushing from the students came onto the building, turning the auditorium to a sea of fire. I stand stunned in the middle of the calamity I brought about, unable to even scream. With that, she ends her long story. Her eyes are cast downwards. She looks like she's unable to bear the regret and weight of her sin.
ただ魔力を暴走させたわけではなく、自分の都合のいいように魂の改ざんを行ってしまったために、私の力は魂を操る能力、魂そのものに働きかける力。だから人はその能力を持ったマギエを最悪のマギエと呼んだの。私はその名の通り最悪をもたらしてしまった。
You can only stare at her in silence.
わかりました。これでようやく20年前に起きたことの真実が。
Muko looks at Angel somewhat suspiciously as she says that. There's one thing I don't get. Why did Angel tell us this now? Was it necessary? If so, for what purpose? That's probably what's on Muko's mind as well. Angel raises her head slightly and looks around at all of us.
こんな話をしたのか。
その通りです。
きっとすぐにわかる。
Beautiful eyes are tinged with sadness.
私がこの話をしたのは思い出して欲しかったから。
Her eyes are directed at Michiru. Michiru? She's clearly not acting like her usual self. Oh yeah, because she remembered. Her face is pale and she's shivering. It's different from her condition after she uses magic. She's been truly shaken by something. Hey, Michiru, what's... She screams and runs away from us as fast as her legs can carry her. In no time at all, her figure disappears into the strange scenery of this dream world. Michiru! So I'm about to chase after her, someone suddenly grabs my arm. I turn around and see that it's Angel.
あなたではダメなの。理由は後でわかります。
Huh? After telling me that, she then turns to everyone else and says,
私が解放しない限り、この夢は終わらない。ミチルはこの夢の世界のどこかにいるはずだから。
I've been fucking around with the gun too much.
ああ、それはすぐに探すけどよ。
手分けしよう。あの様子はただごとじゃなかった。任せてミーク。きっと見つけてくるから。私たちも行くわよ。
いや、
従うと承知したからな。手を貸そう。
They all run off every which way as they reassure me.
では私も。
あなたは残って。
なぜです？
必要だから。
わかりました。
I'm sure she must think it's strange, but she obliges, having determined it would be for the best to do as Angel says here. Misha, what's going on to you?
Michiru!
Yeah, I figured he would be the one to find her. Take a quick look around at the surroundings, but the dream world, yes, as it goes always and constantly changes the scenery. Can't tell if it's something Angel has no control over or if she's intentionally causing it. Try running around for a while, but I still don't see her anywhere. I come to a stop to catch my breath. Images of a carnival, a park, and a beach all fade in and out of the scenery like mirages. None of them seem quite right. I can guess that she doesn't like noisy and crowded places. teleported. That's it, the place where we first met. The place where we chatted for hours when I mistook her for a mist.
ってどっちだよ。
Wait, this is a dream. So maybe I can get there if I just imagine it. Thinking that I have no choice but to gamble on that, I picture that place as vividly as I can in mind and start running. Fortunate!
みちる
I was right on the money! I soon arrive at the spot where we first met and see Michiru crouched down by
見
herself.
つけた。おい、探したぞ。
I run over to her and put my hand on her shoulder. I then realize.
みちる
Then I realize.
お前、泣いて。
She looks down, wiping her overflowing tears as she sobs unceasingly. Has she been crying this entire time?
どうしたんだよ。
In between her sobs, she talks as if she were repenting in a confessional to someone I can't see.
思い出した。何をだ。泣くなよ。聞いてやるから。
After a bit of hesitation, I mimic what Koga did before and stroke her head.
抱えてんの辛いんだろ。
She nods, still in tears.
話せよ。今さら何聞いたってそんなに引きやしねえよ。さっきのアンデルの話でも十分衝撃的だったんだ。もう体勢ついてる。
僕もなんだ。
あ？
僕も同じことしたんだよ。
She cries out as if a dam inside her had burst.
僕もあの人と同じことしたんだ。だから燃えた。みんな僕が
お前が燃やした。
うちの火事、お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんの体も。
Fire. Is that why Koga has such a huge fear of fire?
全部僕のせいだったんだ。思い出した。
Even if that action may bring about pain and suffering, discarding white lies and facing the hidden truth. I recall what Angela said earlier. Was she referring to this?
僕もあの人と同じように魂を書き換えて。
魂を。お前にもできるのか。
静か。
She looks up at me with dark, sullen eyes.
何を書き換えたと思う？
I'm unable to answer and she starts talking, recounting the events at the Koga house. Michi was still young back then. She suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and headed towards the living room where she felt her parents' presence.
あら、みちる？
どうした？眠れないのか？
お母さん、お父さん。
なに？どうしたの？
お母さん。
She says that she had a dream a while back about her childhood memories.
でもね、それは嘘の記憶だった。本当にあったことだけど、その前に起きたことを僕は思い出から消してたんだ。お母さんたちまだ起きてる。
Oh no, did she walk in on... Oh no, did she walk in on them doing the dirty? Lights were still on in the living room. When Michiru walked closer, she could hear her parents' conversation.
そう
or
ね。あの子のためにも。
ああ。今の私たちはミチルのようなことをどう接していいのかまだ理解できていない。
They were talking about her. Having realized that, she stopped in her tracks and eavesdropped from the
し
hallway.
ばらく距離を置いて真剣に考えた方がいいのかもしれないわね。
Distance, but despite her young age, she knew it meant that she would be sent somewhere far away.
誰にでも相談できるわけじゃない。もっと私たちでよく話し合って決めるべきだが。
田舎のおばはしばらくみちるを預かってもいいって言ってくれてるわ。
そうか。なら その言葉に甘えさせてもらおう。
She was going to be kicked out of the house. Why only me? Did they hate me? Did they not want me because of this weird power? I'm sure her parents loved her. What? They just wanted to think about how they should approach and treat her, given that she was born with those abnormal powers. That's why they were thinking of having a relative take care of her temporarily, but Michiru was probably too young to understand that.
嫌だ、行きたくない。僕、ここにいたい。お父さんとお母さんとお兄ちゃんと一緒に。
Oh, Michiru, you were awake.
お兄ちゃん。
Back to bed. Don't stand here spacing out. Perhaps because he was woken up at a weird time, her brother is grumpy. His attitude only serves to pressure Michiru even more.
嫌だ、嫌だ。嫌いにならないで。僕を嫌いにならないで。
The anxiety and loneliness were too much for her to handle, and she unconsciously activated her powers.
僕のことを大好きで大事にしてくれる。そうだよね。そうだよね。あら、みちる？
どうした？眠れないのか？
お母さん、お父さん。なに？どうしたの？お母さん。
Her mother acts like nothing had happened and firmly embraces her. You both happened to wake
お
up.
兄ちゃん、僕どこにも行かなくていい？何を言ってるの？当たり前でしょ。
お前は大事なうちの子だよ。どこにもやるわけがないだろう。
うん、よかった。
Sure says some weird things. You're my precious little sister.
だからお兄ちゃんが異常なくらい僕のことを心配してくれるのは僕がそう書き換えたからだ。
We wrote a song. Korra's behavior and attachment to his sister are fake. It's hard to believe that so
その
suddenly.
上僕は自分でやったくせにこれは偽物なんだって。僕は悪いことをしたんだって。
Struck by the guilt and emptiness, she became mentally unstable, like what happened to Angel that
怖
day.
くていつか魔法が解けるんじゃないかって。そしたら僕はやっぱり追い出されるんじゃないかって。
That's when the fire broke out. The same thing that happened to the students when Angel's mana went rampant happened to Michiru's parents.
みんな燃えちゃった。お父さんもお母さんも家もお兄ちゃんも。
でも古賀は
作ったの。体燃えちゃったから。だからお兄ちゃん病気なんだよ。僕が無理やり作り直したから。思い出した。全部僕が燃えてる家の中で泣いてたら。
あの人ってアンデルか？
うん。僕の手を握って忘れていてって。
A white lie. It's not Michiru's fault. Angel sealed Michiru's memories so that she would forget that this sad chain of about this sad chain of unfortunate events.
だから全部忘れてた。僕全部僕のせいなのに。何もかも忘れてずっと今まで忘れてて。
それはお前のせいじゃねえだろ。アンデルがそうしたんなら。
でも僕どうしたらいいの？全部僕のせいだったのに。お兄ちゃんになんて言えばいいの？
She raised her voice again before going back to looking down at the ground and crying. I tried to find the right words to console her, but none came to mind. I don't even know how to begin.
重すぎるものを背負ったやつに俺は何が言える？
I tried to put myself in Koga's shoes and then I realized something. Angel stopped him when he tried to chase after Michiru. She said it couldn't be him.
そうか。今の古賀じゃ何を言っても、みちるにとっては自分が書き換えた嘘でしかないんだ。
In that case, something that only I would be able to tell her.
考えてみりゃ、俺と古賀は似てるんだよな。
Started getting that feeling a while back, but I tried my best not to think about it. Thought that there was no way I could be similar to a monster like him and shrugged it off as a
片
joke.
方がマギエでなく、片方はマギエ。俺とカスミと古賀とミチルは同じだ。
Just, one of the Magi is like significantly more powerful than the other. Like, Koga and Michiru are like a buff Shizuka and Kasumi. Because Michiru is far stronger than Kasumi, and Koga is far stronger than you, Shizuka. Is that why I was able to find Michiru? Not someone else. Maybe an angel was planning on leaving this responsibility to me to begin with.
ミチル、
Steal myself and call out
カ
to
ス
her.
ミもさ、マギエだろ。俺はだからカスミのことがちょっと羨ましかった。
She raises her head in curiosity, though her tears don't stop flowing.
ガキってのはほら、不思議な力とか特別なとかそういうのに憧れるもんだろ。だから双子なのになんでカスミだけって拗ねたこともあったよ。でもカスミは俺が病気になって倒れた時、そんなバカな弟を助けるためにこの学園に来てスケープゴートになったんだ。たった一人で。ミブさんが協力してくれるようになるまでずっと一人で。
Michiru's stopped crying now and is quietly staring at me as I speak. Her face is still streaked with tears, but she's calmed down at least. She's calmed down at the very least.
だからさ、もし今のカスミに対する俺の気持ちがあいつに書き換えられたもんだったとしても、俺がカスミに助けられたことは事実だし、そりゃまあ何を勝手に書き換えてくれてんだって複雑には思うかもしれねえけどさ。だからってカスミが嫌いになるとか
ならないの。
当たり前だろが、どこに嫌いになる理由があんだよ。
だって勝手に。
それはだから、つまり俺のことが好きすぎてやらかしたってことだろ。
I feel my face burning up. It's embarrassing saying that out loud. But I know for a fact that Kasumi treats me dearly. Even a simpleton like me can figure that
だから
out.
別に呆れはするかもしれねえけど、怒る気にもなれねえし嫌いにもならねえよ。古賀もそうだろ。
お兄ちゃんも。
ああ、こんだけ一緒にあれこれやってりゃわかる。あいつの今までの態度やら行動やら見てりゃ謝りゃ許してくれるさ。
でも僕は
そりゃ取り返しはつかねえけどな。それだけはお前が一生背負っていくしかねえけど、でももう忘れたくはねえんだろ。
She nods furiously. More large tears fall to the ground.
もう嫌だ。全部忘れて。僕のせいなのにみんな忘れて。僕だけ平気で生きてるのなんて、そんなのはもう嫌だ。
だったら大丈夫だ。
大丈夫？
お前がもし辛いからもう一回全部忘れたいなんて言い出すやつだったら救いようがねえけどな。
Indeed, it is the will to confront it.
忘れたくねえなら自分がやらかしたことを全部背負っていく覚悟があるってことだろ。
覚悟？僕に？
ああ、できるだろ。もう二度と忘れないで。魔力の使い方もちゃんと勉強してさ。
勉強はしたい。あんなこともう嫌だし。
ならそうすりゃいいじゃねえか。
それでいいのかな。お父さんとお母さんは死んじゃった。
お前が書き換えた古賀の魂を元に戻して謝って、そんで生きていくことが亡くなった両親には一番嬉しいんじゃねえのかな。子供が幸せに生きてて嬉しくねえ親なんていねえよ。
For a moment she looks at me wide-eyed, but then she comes flying towards me and weeps gently.
こらみちる、おいわかったから落ち着けっての。なんでさっきまでより泣くんだよ。だってほら落ち着け。行くだろ謝りに。ならもう泣くな。書き換えちまった古賀の魂を元に戻して謝ればいいんだよ。
ありがとう。
そうしねえと何も始まらないからな。
Michiru nods. She stands up and meekly grabs the hand I extend towards her as we walk back. Ship it. Angel's perfectly relaxed, but I can't sit still at all. What's going on with Michiru?
みちるさんに一体何が起こったのです？
Muko asks Angel directly after seeing me fidgeting, perhaps worried about
あ
me.
の子は思い出したの。暴走を鎮めるために私が封じていた記憶を。
Seal
どう
away.
いう記憶です？
あの子は私と同じ過ちを犯してしまったの。
She goes on to tell the story of how Michiru ended up rewriting our parents' souls because of a small
あなたた
misunderstanding.
ちは自分を愛していると、とても大切にしていると刻み込んだの。
What? But even if she hadn't done something like that.
それが全てを思い出したみちるさんには古賀君の本当の気持ちなのか、書き換えられた偽りなのか。
そう。
That's why she said it couldn't be me. I'm pretty sure they're not lies, but Maggie's power, huh? Can't deny the power of it and the threat that it poses. I've witnessed it first hand several times already.
そしてあの子も私と同じように力を暴走させて。
That fire. You remember that it was the result of Michiru's powers going rampant. But I never would have imagined it was because she rewrote our souls and they ended up combusting. The parents in our house went up in flames. That said, I have no intention of blaming Michiru. That was caused by powers she couldn't control. Even if it was because she tried to modify our souls, she didn't know about the dangers involved. Michiru, now she remembers all that. How does she feel? Maybe she doesn't even want to live anymore. That's the possibility that worries me the most. As if reading my mind, Angel slowly shakes her head. She turns her head to the sky as though searching for
安
something.
心して。みちるは泣いているけれど無事でいるから。
Someone found her?
ええ。他の人の気配がする。だからもうきっと大丈夫。
離れていてもみちるさんの様子はわかるのですね。
私の作った夢だから大体のことなら把握できるわ。
Is she not planning on coming back?
もう落ち着いたようだから少しすれば戻ってきます。
Thank goodness. Feel a bit relieved. I don't know who it is, but someone's by her side apparently. I'm able to breathe easy hearing that.
話の続きをします。
Seeing me reassured, Angels resumes talking.
私は火事を抑えるために限界を超えた力を使い果たし消滅しかかっていました。そのことは
We sure did.
日記で読んだのだったかしら。
We sure
え
did.
え、読みました。
その時お母様ラズリットに魔力を分け与えられてかろうじて魂の消滅の危機からはでも命は落としてしまった。
普通その場合新しい命として生まれ変わるのですよね。
ええ、そうなったわ。ただしラズリットの能力で 私としての意識を魂の中に宿したままで。
At the very least, in order to buy you some time and place my hopes in the future, I will contain your consciousness in your soul. I recall what Lazarus had said in the diary. It was a spell that allowed angels to regain their consciousness after being reborn. Took you fucking long enough to realize that.
しばらくは生まれたての新しい命の中で私の意識も眠っていました。
それは普通はそうはならないのですか？ラズリットの能力があったから？
もちろんよ。お母様の魔術で私の意識は時を止めて魂の中に留められていた。でも
By the time her consciousness awoke, the new life had already developed its own personality. Angel's mana would occasionally manifest in a sort of unstable ghost-like existence. So that's what I saw. A cold or translucent figure peering into Michiru's face that night.
そのような存在になって、まずはじめに私が考えたのは、最悪のマギエとしての力をどう抑えるか。それは新しい命の中ですでに魔力が目覚めつつあったから。幼い頃から目覚めてしまってはまた私のように暴走するかもしれない。考えた末、私は苦肉の策ともいえる方法を選びました。
苦肉の策？
すぐそばにいた妹とパスをつなぎ、能力と魔力をすべて流して制限をかけるということ。
What?
妹に？それは
結果的にマギエとしての能力を弱めることには成功しました。
Now it makes it sound like he's the one. Wait, so you're saying that Michiru is?
そう。あの子の力が不安定なのも。
He is it! It is him!
自分のものではないから。
古賀君なのですか？本当はあの力の持ち主、あなたの生まれ変わりなのはみちるさんではなく。
He's just sitting there. So he's just like, you know, in the end, you should kind of be thankful that I developed a personality before it, because it would probably be hella weird for you for the first couple of years to suddenly be a boy. Like, really fucking weird, I imagine. Or actually, hold on. If it's because of the Magia powers, would he also turn into a girl in that case? In fact, if he gets her powers now at this point, will he still turn into a girl? That would be awkward.
ええ、古賀光義、あなたよ。
Me?
なぜあなたはみちるのことを秘密にしたいと思っていたのか。みちるは普通の人間なはず。そうさせてやりたいと強く思っていたのか。それはあなたが無意識のうちに知っていたからです。みちるは普通の子でありマギエではない。それこそが真実であると。あなたがどこか他人と一定の距離を取ろうとしていたのも、本当に危険な力の持ち主なのは自分なのだと無意識に理解していたから。
Is that why... Is that why Furito's route exists in the first place? In that route, Hina caught on to the fact that he is actually the reborn angel? And that's why he's just like, hey yo, Furito, go, jump on his dick! Oh my god. When I first came to the school, I didn't even tell anyone my real name until Muko forced it out of me. That, everything. It's all because I...
古賀君の魔力がほぼ皆無なのは全てをみちるさんに流しているから。
その通りよ。常にみちるへと流れている。だからあなたには魔力がない。オムンクルスだからではないわ。
Right, that was another misunderstanding. I could pass through the treasury's barrier, which humans are not supposed to be able to do.
ごめんなさいね。
She looks at me with melancholic eyes and
あな
apologizes.
たこそが最悪のマギエなの。 もう一人の私。
Feel weak at the knees, but I clenched my fists and somehow managed to remain standing. So it was my powers that Michiru used when she made that mistake. It was me. Everything could have burned down because of me. I'd unknowingly made Michiru bear all of that herself. If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't trust myself to not repeat what she did. No, I definitely would have lost control and burned it all down. Perhaps Michiru would even be around anymore.
君が自分でみちるさんに押し付けたわけではないでしょ。
She wraps her hands around me and gently caresses my trembling
君の
back.
せいではありません。自分を責める必要なんてないんです。
そう。すべては私のせいです。
With a look full of regret, Angel gives me another apologetic
魔
bow.
力を抑えるつもりが結果的にまた同じことを引き起こしてしまって。
I mean, all that means in the end is that it's also not your fault because, yes, you could have not done it, but that would have probably just caused the same issue.
いいえ、それ以前にあなたたちの意思を確認せず、そんな方法をとっていたことは本当に申し訳ないと思っています。
他に方法はなかったのですか？
目覚めつつあったマギへの力を抑える方法は何もなかったの。
Powers would have become unmanageable for either me or Michiru, she says.
だから私は少しでも魔力を弱める手段を選んだ。でもダメだった。
あなたなりに古賀君たちを守ろうとはしたのですね。
そのつもりだったわ。失敗してしまったから言い訳にはならないけれど。
I understand what you were trying to do. A bit better now, thanks to Muko, tell Angel that. She looks at me, somewhat surprised. As it's because I'm you. I can understand how desperate you were and how hard you were trying. And, well, I personally would have wanted you to leave things as they were and not burn me, Michiru. But then the powers would have been even stronger, huh? I might have set the whole block on fire.
その可能性は高いです。
Then yeah. My parents would never forgive me if I caused trouble like that for others. That's how they are. It probably wouldn't have any hard feelings against Michiru if they heard the full story. Bet they'd even apologize to Michiru for making her feel unwanted. I can't say that this was for the best because then I'd feel sorry for Michiru. I should have been the one to shoulder this. But the fact that you tried your best to make things better is something I completely understand.
ありがとう。
She smiles while partly in tears.
私はどうしてもあなたを守りたかった。そして私が傷つけた生徒たちを助けてほしかった。すべては身勝手な私の犯した過ちから始まったことです。勝手なことばかり言って本当にごめんなさい。でも私はそのためにお母様に意識をとどめていただいたから、約束を守るために。
あなたの、そうか、あなたの力があれば。
Save one more of the others. Suddenly remember our main goal. I had completely forgotten since I was so overwhelmed by the
作っ
truth.
てくれるの。
With a serious look in her eyes, she looks back and forth between me and
あなた
Muko.
は最悪のマギエとしての力を恐れず扱いきれる自信がありますか？
Faith in
こ
myself.
の力はこれまで不幸しか呼んでいません。人の魂はとても繊細なもの。扱い方を間違えれば助けるどころか全てを失うことになる。
Memories of the fire flashed in my head. Me, take on that power. Even Angel, who was taught by Lazarus herself, ended up in tragedy. Can I really handle something like that? Will I be able to save them?
やめちゃダメ！ミッチ、ダメなんだよ！壊さなきゃ！
If only you were here now. Suddenly I feel myself being embraced from behind and come to my senses.
君ならできます。
Muko.
それでも不安だというのなら私が君を支えますから。ガラスマくんの分もやりましょう。私たちも一緒に背負いますから。その辛さは私たちみんなで背負っていきましょう。
Ah, that's right. Muko was there back then too, supporting me. I feel a faint warmth welling up within my chest. So, why? Why did I pretend not to notice? Pretended to know better. BITCH! Thanks for ruining the scene. 250. 250? 250. 250. 250. That's not right. I came to realize for the first time how much I've been depending on this delicate girl. I'm the one who's being saved here. Scared and embarrassed to admit it, but I've been deceiving myself all this time. Ushu, I do her hold on me and turn around to face her. And BOOM, motherfucker! And then I place my hands on her surprised face and kiss her. Ooh, he's going for it. Her face instantly goes beet red. Her expression is of surprise and bewilderment with traces of happiness mixed in, one that I've seen numerous times by now. It's an expression that I love. You really love me, don't you? Juckle spills out of my mouth when I see her cute face. You don't? I love you though. Her face grows even redder at my blunt confession and she's rendered speechless. From the corner of my eye I see Angel gazing at Muko's profile with amusement. I love you. I'm ending that right now. Can't keep putting it off forever. I want to show you that I can master it. Power is strong, but I want to show you that I can handle it and bring everything to a clean end. Wouldn't be fair to you if I kept this thing on hold when you're supporting something so grand. Really now? She nods her head furiously over and over as she glances apprehensively at Angel. Angel's watching Muko with a warm smile on her face. She's relieved. I can tell. She said she feels at ease that I have someone who will support me by my side. Hearing Murakumo's voice in the distance, I turn towards him and see that Michiru is holding his hand with a nervous look on her face. Muko instantly regains her composure and greets them. She sure changes gears quickly. Hey, Michiru! Her eyes are swollen from crying. She opens her mouth looking like she wants to say something, but closes it again. She repeats this several times while fidgeting. Urged on by Murakumo, she looks up straight into my eyes with a serious look on her face. It's fine. I heard the full story from Angel. I'm sorry too for making you go through all that. Oh, does Michiru know about this? Tell me that sooner, will you? Michiru, looks like those powers of yours were originally mine to begin with. I briefly explained to them what Angel told me and Muko about the link that causes all my mana to flow to Michiru. That's why you've always been frail? Well, yeah, either she does that or the entire block burns down. She gives the dismayed Murakumo a little more information. Meanwhile, I turn back to face Michiru. So anyway, don't beat yourself up about how it's all your fault. It's not yours alone. What's done is done. I'm sure Mom and Dad will forgive you for it. Yeah, Mom, Dad, and I all know that you didn't mean any harm. We're just lonely. Tears form in her eyes again. Then attempt to stop them, I comb my fingers through her bangs and pet her head. Don't cry now, everything will be alright.
ごめんね。ごめんね、お兄ちゃん。全部消すから。
She clings to my chest as she says that. That's also a nice CG! Why is this game throwing all these nice CGs my way? Fuck off! I can't use all of them. I don't know why I suddenly just decided to go apeshit. I feel something warm flowing into me from Michiru's
消え
hands.
て、全部。僕がついた嘘。みんな、お兄ちゃんの中から消えて。
I could tell that something that was irritating me from within has been removed. Stress about Michiru's circumstances, the obsession of prioritizing her above all else. But those were the only things that disappeared. Didn't change. To me, you're still my cute, precious little sister. This is also nice. Looks like it wasn't because of your doodling. So I can stop worrying now. For a while, she stares at me blankly, but then... But hey? As if a dam inside of her had burst, she starts crying with all her might while clinging to me. Okay, okay, I get it already. There. Come on now, stop with the waterworks. Angel walks up to us as if I'm petting the sobbing Michiru's
あな
head.
たたちをずっとつないでいた魔力のパス。
Oops, fine by me. Michiru, still sniffling, glances at Angel without turning her head and nods.
それをもって二人は正しい元の姿へ戻ります。つまりミチルは普通の人間に、あなたは最悪のマギエに。
Bring it on. She nods. Whoops, maybe I should actually read that. She nods and places her hand on me and Michiru. A ribbon of light connecting us comes into view. Angel smiles and caresses the light. Silently, the light moves away from Michiru towards me. For this, you... Fragments of light spill through Angel's fingers. They flutter in the air before they disappear. Ah, the fucking t-shirt is disgusting. I got the feeling that I've seen a similar scene a long time ago. That's right, it was a flower that bloomed for only a moment in the morning sun. I came to know about it somehow and wanted to see it someday. The petals of light shine feebly as they disperse.
ありがとう。
I look over at Angel. She looks right back at me and nods.
それではこの夢の世界ももう消します。
I can feel my consciousness rising up. This is it's a floaty feeling I get when I'm on the verge of waking up. Wondering what's happening with Angel, I see that she's standing and gazing forlornly at Hina. Are you sure you don't want to say anything to her? With a sad look in her eyes, she says nothing and simply nods while smiling. Oh! The next thing I know, all of us are back in the world with the magic circle.
え、戻った。あれ？いつの間に？どれくらい夢の世界にいたの？
数秒といったところだ。
Louis says that after checking his pocket watch. Looks like we all lost consciousness for a couple of
学園
seconds.
長たちはまだ寝てるな。
好都合だろ
Principal, Momo, and Hina are all out cold. This is... I feel a mighty power coursing through me. It's clear that Mpagia's powers that were being sent to Michiru have returned.
ミー君、ものすごい力を感じるぞ。
Hmm? Oh, it originally belonged to me. I got it back from Michiru.
近くにいるだけでビリビリくるよ。
Michiru, how are you feeling?
全然平気。すっごくすっきりしてる。
That's great.
魔法陣が
Looking up at the sky, I see it getting
もう
brighter.
かなり魔力を吸収しているわ。早く止めないと。
I guess we don't have the time to explain anything to Hina right now.
後でいいだろ
But how are we? I contemplate how to use this power to destroy that magic circle in the air. Suddenly, Angel faintly appears before me. Oh? Well, it seems like I'm the only one who notices. She's visible only to
こ
me.
の力は魂そのものを操る力。そして魔力は魂の力。あなたならば空間ごと直接壊すことができます。
As she says that, she raises a hand up in the air. Does she want me to copy her? Like this?
手加減はいらないから。初めての腕鳴らしにはちょうどいいでしょ。
She smiles and vanishes after leaving those words.
古賀君、やれますか？
Leave it to me.
お兄ちゃん、目が
Huh?
赤いよ。
The insides of my eyes feel hot. My vision hasn't changed, but I can tell that my eyes are dyed a fiery red. Take a deep breath in an effort to contain my overflowing power and prevent it from going out of control. Try moving my extended arm as if it were plucking away the magic circle, tying it together with the whole space. Magic circle tears apart and pieces of it crumble down.
いや待て、修復速度が速い。
Louis announces that calmly. Taking a closer look, I see that tear in it is regenerating at incredible
どこ
pace.
かに魔法陣の要が何箇所かあるはずよ。
Cornerstones.
全部を壊していたんじゃ間に合わないわ。要の部分を狙って。
Alright, where are they?
私じゃ椿。分かった。私の魔力使って。
Sumi lets her mana flow into Tsubaki, who seems to have used up all her own from launching the water bottle earlier. Rocket. I always forget to say the rocket part! As I am right now, I can clearly sense the mana that's moving between them.
姫ちゃんならそれがどこかわかるはずだよ。
ああ、ありがとう。
After receiving what little mana remains in Sumi, she looks up at the
見
sky.
えた。あの魔法陣の揺らぎがわかる。3箇所ある。
Where are they, Tsubaki?
左上の鍵印の横、それにそこから斜め下の外周の縁。
I follow her instructions and search for those cornerstones. It's still good enough faucet regenerates. By the time I get to the third one, the first one might already be fully repaired. Maybe we should increase the damage I do at each spot. That buy me enough time?
古賀、復元は俺が押さえておいてやるから早くしろ。
While I'm hesitating, Louis yells at me angrily. Thanks!
急げ、もうお前しか。
I turn to face the scream and see that Hina had awoken at some point and is desperately staggering to her feet.
それを壊さないで。お願いだから。
I can see power converging in her hands. Is she trying to wring out the last of her power and stop time? Just shut up and watch! She flinches at my voice and freezes up. I'll save the night, students!
ミー君、あと一つは真ん中だ。魔法陣のちょうど真ん中。
Got it, thanks, Tsubaki. I charge up my mana and extend my arm towards each of the places she indicated to me. First one! With a creaking sound, the magic circle crumbles as if it were being torn away from the sky. Top left looks like it's peeling off. Louis has his arms raised as well, aiming his mana at the damaged spots. I can feel the magic circle's regenerative power colliding with the vibration of Louis'. Next is here, huh? I picture my hand holding onto the perimeter and rip it away. Hina stares dumbfounded as the realm groans and falls apart. This is the last one! Focus my mana in the middle of the magic circle and thrust my fist up as if I were punching, throwing a punch. A conspicuously loud noise reverberates and a crevice runs through the center of the circle. When it reaches the other two spots, and an even deeper rift forms. Hina stares at the magic circle with hollow, desolate eyes. The spell she worked on for 20 years is disintegrating before her. Even so, she doesn't budge.
終わった。もう修復も追いつかない。
He lowers his arms.
本当に？
ああ、ほら、全部崩れ落ちてくる。
本当だ。
The luminous parts of the circle scatter like stardust as they crumble from the sky. Rubble and debris come raining down. The light of the magic circle slowly fades.
おい、退避だ。この空間ももう崩れる。
そうだった。そういや最初からここ壊れるんだったじゃねえか。
鍵。ああ、私じゃない？
預かったままでした。お返しします。学園長たちはどうする？
Let's carry him back. I feel bad leaving them here.
仕方ないな。
どこ行く？
ひとまず学園長室へ。この人たちの処遇をどうするか話さなければ。
わかった。
One by one, we run to the door that Sumi opens with the key of Giannis.
ひなさんも早く。
This way now. I call out to her with the principal on my back, and with a perplexed expression on her face, she obediently follows us. He is technically her creator on a technicality, so she does kind of have to follow his orders. Put the principal down on the sofa. Ulrich lowers Momo-senpai beside her.
もうなんとかなるか。
Louis asks me that, looking somewhat dazed. Probably.
そうか。あとは任せた。
He collapses on the spot after saying that. He seems to have reached his limit.
全く無茶をする。
When I focus my eyes, I can see that Louis is indeed drained of mana. Oh, Tsubaki and Sumi, you two should probably rest too.
ありがとう。
そうさせてもらうよ。
They both sit down on the spot, looking exhausted. Now then.
お話ししなければなりませんね。
私に？
Yeah, you see, we met Angel earlier in the dream world.
出る。
あなたのお母様です。
Can't remember?
わからない。聞いたことはあると思う。
As written in the diary, Hina has almost no recollection of her time as Seti due to her extended period of loneliness. That's why Angel didn't talk to her. She was looking at Hina with such lonely eyes. She knew that her own creation had forgotten about her. Let me get this out of the way first. I'm the Magi of Calamity you're looking for.
最悪の。
I can repair the souls of the night students. That's why you don't need to go through that ridiculous ritual anymore, nor do you need to fight us. She looks like she's slowly trying to parse what I'm saying. Can you lead us to where the nighttime students are? I'll make sure I save them.
あなたにしか入れない場所だと聞きました。お願いします。私たちも彼らを助けたいのです。
助ける。助けられる？
Yeah, so please take us to where they are. She stares at me, looking confused.
それは命令ですか？
Huh?
よく覚えていないけど、私のお母様は最悪のマギエだったはず。あなたがそうだというのなら、今は私の主はあなたなのでしょう。だからさっきもあなたが黙って見ていろというので従いました。
Wait, hold on. Does that mean that the entire time, every time he met Hina, he could have just spouted an order her way and it could have just worked out? That's what it was! Here I thought that she was actually being reasonable for once. Is there someone awakens energetically from her slumber? Momo also gets up dazedly, seemingly awoken by the principal's vigor.
様のお母
Father, if anything.
そうではお母様は古賀君に従うので
なんか文句あんのか？
あるはずなかろう。お母様の決定ならば私たちは喜んで従うのみだよ。もももお母様の言う通りなのです。
Even though they were frantically trying to get in our way not too long ago, they obediently to sit on the sofa side by side as though they're completely different people now. Well, I'm glad things didn't have to get messy. They're homunculi, they were through and through. All they know is to follow Hina's orders. Frozen for a loop though.
改めてご命令を。
After seeing the two of them sit down, Hina faces me and says that. No, this isn't an order.
命令じゃない。
My words baffle her. You're not a doll. You have soul and a heart. You should do what you want to do, and what you think is right. She stares at me vacantly for a bit before she's able to respond.
私は夜の生徒を助けなければ。
Do you want to save them?
はい。
Do you yourself want to save Iba, Furia, Kasuga, Omoru and the rest of them, not just because someone ordered you to?
そう。イバクミコ。
思い出したのですか？
The two of you were close friends? Her eyes, previously clouded with confusion, have now cleared up. She understands.
クミちゃん。ずっと友達だった。いたの。ずっとそばに。クミちゃんは私のこと人間じゃなくてもいいって。
いい友達じゃねえか。
You want to save her?
助けたいです。
She firmly declares that, not because of an order or some preconception. She decided that of her own free will. Let's do just that then. Could you take us to where they are?
みんなは無理。
そういえば時の止まった空間はあまり人数がいると負担になるのでしたね。
そう。
How many can we bring?
3人か4人。それが限界。
That perfectly works out.
任せるわ。ああ。徳さんに任せよう。じゃあ僕も待ってる。
Heidi and the resting Tsubaki voiced their opinions at almost the same time.
では
Bureau members it is. Muko, Murako, and I naturally gather beside
わ
Hina.
かった。じゃあ開ける。
She traces something in the air. A rift appears, which slowly
入っ
expands.
て。
She beckons us as she walks through it. The three of us follow her inside. It's a dark and mysterious place. Several cubical crystalline objects are floating in the
あ
air.
の中にみんながいる。
この立方体の中にですか？
そう。
I strain my eyes to concentrate. Yeah, they're definitely there. I can detect the presence of people sleeping inside those cubes, as well as the wavering of their damaged souls.
西寮の生徒の数より一つ多い。人数は合ってるな。
Murakamo says that after doing a quick count of them. The number of West dorm students, the last one is Omoru. Still, there are so many of them. I'd love to get through them all at once, but I wonder if I have the mana for that.
そういえば
Huh?
儀式に使うはずだった大量のラズリットブロッドストーンがあるはずですよね。
必要なら持ってこさせます。
Please do. Hina nods and mutters something softly. She apparently asked the principal and Momo through Ninamai to retrieve the stones. I think it was mentioned in the library that the ermine was a communications device, come to think of it.
資料の生徒の部屋にあるから。
I see. Soon enough, the principal and Momo come running in with a ton of Lazulid bloodstones.
あや待たせたね。お持ちしました。
And the item is... Hanatate comes flying in.
こら、ついてきてはいかんと言ったじゃないか。
Completely ignoring the principal, Hanatate runs up to Muku as fast as she can and hugs her.
痛かったよ。
ムツキ、よかった。無事で。
なんで花立てまで。
儀式が行われなかったせいで西寮の生徒はみんな目覚めてしまっていて、今大騒ぎなのだよ。帰省中のはずなのに急に学園にいたのでパニックなのです。
Has to be expected.
皆さんを実家に戻らせてあげてください。魔術でなくて普通にでいいので。
そうしてウヒとモモカはもう一度帰省させればいいのですね。わかりました。行ってきま
Don't
す。
do anything funny, alright? Get them back normally with a bus.
承知しているとも。
She laughs boisterously, which worries me somewhat, and the two homoculi leave for the dorms.
大丈夫。命令だから。あの子たちは言われた通りにします。
わかりました。なら任せましょう。
Hina picks up one of the bloodstones that were brought here. I do the same and notice that there are some markings engraved in it. Can they be used as is? On hearing that, takes out yet another stone from her pocket.
この核になる石と同期して動くように魔術式を組み込んであります。
なるほど。それに連動しているのですね。では他の石を夜の生徒たちのもとへ置けば。
ええ、すべての石を同期させ全員の魂を同時に修復することができるかもしれない。
箱の中に入れりゃいいのか。じゃやっちまおうぜ。
わかった、手伝うよ。
She raises a hand energetically. We all split up and get to work.
よいしょっと。
すんなり入ってくれますね。
ねえ、これならすぐだよ。
I doubt Hanatate even knows what's going on right now, but she's working hard because she knows that she can ask about it
入
later.
れ終わったぞ。
こっちも。
As I'm inserting the stones into the boxes one by one, I finally reach one that's been on my mind the entire time. Hey there, Momoru. I was first looking around, I could instantly tell that this one was
こ
his.
れで全部のようです。
Alright. I hold the nucleating stone to my forehead and call out to her within my heart. Angel.
ここよ。
I can feel a presence appear by my side. Am I properly controlling my powers right now?
え、
I see. Angel is me. If she says so, then I have no reason to be worried. To Mooka and the others who can't see Angel, I probably look like I'm just concentrating. I feel their souls wavering worriedly perhaps because I've gone so long without saying a word. How do I save them?
壊れ物を扱うくらいに優しく、そっと包み込むように魔力を流し込んで傷を塞ぐイメージで。
Got it, I'll give it a
それ
shot.
じゃ
Oh, hold on.
何？
Are you sure you don't want to talk to Hina? Said he. I can tell that she's shaking her head
あ
again.
なたがさっき言ったことは正しいわ。
What I said?
あの子は人形ではない。ホムンクルスではあるけれど、魂を持った限りなく人に近いものです。あの子にはもう主は必要ない。
Her presence vanishes after she says that. That's what is decided, and I'll respect her wishes. Take a deep breath and calm myself down. Envelop them, filling in their wounds. You know, every time he's had sex, Angel was kind of sitting there and watched. Realistically. Pour my mana into the nucleating stone and do as Angel instructed. I open my eyes and look at the stone. It's giving off a faint glow, and so do the boxes as they were all resonating with one another.
同期しています。
うまくいってるのですね。頑張って、古賀君。
Yeah. I guide the light inside the boxes to surround the damaged souls. It wraps around their trembling wounds. And then I feel the scars disappearing. Just a little more. I have to get rid of all of them, even the smallest ones. Focus on the nucleating stone again and give it more of my mana.
古賀君、何か石の明滅が激しくなりましたが。
一度に魔力を注ぎすぎてる。少し抑えて。
Okay, I panicked. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Controlling my mana is a much more delicate and difficult affair than I thought it'd be. Just gotta careful, work is extremely outside of my comfort zone. But I can't back out now. I pull myself together and concentrate on the stone.
頑張って。
I can hear her praying for me from behind. Yeah, I did promise her after all that I'd be able to handle this power. If she's supporting me, then I can sense a familiar presence from the box before me. Just wait, it's almost over. My mana doesn't go out of control and moves to the nucleating stone to all the boxes. I'll be able to see him again very soon. The moment I think that, a stone and boxes emit a blindingly bright light. The entire room is immersed in it, and I feel like I'm floating. The light slowly dissipates, and I'm able to see the room again. We finally meet again. With his arms wrapped around his knees, curled into a ball, he stirs and slowly opens his eyes. With a crack, the little bloodstones that roll out from the box shatters and disappears. They fall out from the boxes one after the other and break in a similar fashion. He used up all the mana they had. Yep, Hina, could you open the other boxes? She nods and places a hand on one nearby. Hesitating, she opens it carefully, as if she were untying a thread. It must be tough for her, since up until now the soul would always combust again whenever the box was opened. Her voice is tinged with surprise and happiness as she looks at the student inside. Oh shit, missed someone over there! I fixed it! I know I'm ruining a really very good scene, but it's just like... sometimes you gotta throw those out. She goes around opening all the remaining boxes.
What?
The students wake up from their slumber, confused by their surroundings, as does the one before my eyes. He rubs his eyes as he gets out of his box. Yo! I had so much I wanted to talk to him about, but I'm lost as to what to say. Muko and Murakamo come running towards us. On the other side of the room, I see Hina running up to Iba.
Ushio-san. Are? ここどこ?
I can't blame him. He's been asleep for 20 years after all.
20
It seems that he finally realized what's going on, and he lets out an alarmed voice as he looks around at us. That body is yours, relax.
カラスマ君、古賀君が傷ついていたあなたの魂を
もう誰にも憑依してねえから安心しろ。
ミッチーが本当？
Yep.
俺もう誰の体も乗っ取ってないの？このまま起きてていいの？
いいよ。ほら、私ここにいるし。
Hanatate, who'd been quiet up until now, steps forward with a smile on her face and speaks to Omaru.
はじめまして。花立睦月です。
花立さん？あ、牛尾さんが探してたお友達。
あなたの魂を下ろしていたのが睦月の体だったんです。だから見つからなかったんです。
そうだったんだ。ごめんなさい。なんかご迷惑を。
カラスマくん、何も悪いことしてないじゃん。むしろ私を助けるために消えるって分かってて力を使ってくれたんでしょ？
はい。
私を助けてくれてありがとう。
どうも。
He awkwardly shakes Mutsuki's extended hand.
やっとお礼言えた。
睦月、もしかして そのために無理やり学園長についてきたのですか？
だって夜の生徒がみんな助かるって言ってたからさ。
律儀なやつだな。
でもみんなありがとう。いろいろ頑張ってくれたんだよね。
まあいろいろありました。
ありがとう。なんかまだ夢みたいだ。
Nobody woke up long ago. Put his hand on his shoulder and squeeze as hard as I can.
相変わらずバカ力だな、ミッチー。
As he says that, he grabs my hand, Dad. Huh? Pulls it away with his shoulder with relatively little effort. I never knew you were this strong!
そうだよ。だから体力ある方だって言ったじゃん。
It all makes sense now. He wasn't Hanatata's body before, which accounts for his weakness.
古賀くんだ。先輩。
And here's some more familiar voices coming from the bustling crowd of students. Hey,
おは
Furia!
ようございます。二人とも。
Not on fire anymore, I see!
なんか先輩たちが助けてくださったってみんなが言ってるんですけど。ありがとね、あんたたち。
Iba appears alongside
みん
Hina.
なから聞いたよ。なんかいろいろ迷惑かけたらしいね。ごめんなさい。
That's fine, what's done is done.
この通りすべてうまくいきました。
そうみたいだね。すごい。古賀くんたちが私たちを助けてくれたなんて。ありがとうございます。
All the other students also give us bows and words of gratitude. We're all embarrassed to be at the center of attention.
やっぱり王子様。悪い魔法から救ってくれるなんて。
How do we tell her that he's taken?
猫ちゃん？
One of them seems to be off in her own little world, and I pretend not to notice.
あのさ、で、俺たちこれからどうしたらいいのかな。
それは
元の学園に帰るわけにはいかないんだよね。あっち。
In response to Eva's question, he points to the back of the room.
ビラ？
あれはこの空間をラズリットが作った時の
Also, are being sent back to the past.
過去につながっている扉。
You mean to 20 years ago?
そう。あの扉から出れば、この時の止まった部屋から出ていないクミちゃんたちは、元いた20年前の世界に帰れる。へえ、そうなのか。
私たちがくぐってもダメということですね。
通れない。他の時代にいたことがあると時間が通してくれないから。私たち夜の学園に通ってましたけど、あれは大丈夫なんですか？魂だけ召喚されてたから平気。かりそめの滞在だったから。
It would have been a disaster if I had made a mistake and accidentally brought them out of this space. I'm really glad that didn't happen. Seemingly having realized the same thing, Muku gives a sigh of relief. Now that means, once they go through that door, it really will be goodbye. Hey, Omaru. Do you mind if I borrow your notes from math
俺
class?
の？うん。部屋にあるから勝手に持って行ってくれていいよ。
Thanks a bunch. Slept through a couple classes and my notes are completely blank on those days.
もう、ミッチーはいつもそれだな。
He laughs at a loss for words at my behavior. It'll be my last time seeing his face, huh?
でも、心配いらないよね、牛尾さん。
はい。
なんか、俺が寝てる間に前よりもっと仲良くなってない？
おお、さすが元私、鋭い。
やっぱりなんか二人並んだ時雰囲気違うなと思ったんだ。
違うって
意外とよく見てんのな。
村雲くんまで何ですか？
いいじゃねえか、心配させるより。
Guess
だ
so.
よね。俺安心してていいんだよね。
Yeah, you don't need to worry about us. She wants to say something to hide her embarrassment, but can't come up with anything. That's the feeling I'm getting from Mook as she looks down at her face, with her face beat red. Is this goodbye then? As reluctant as I am, one of the other students are from 20 years ago. It's obvious that they should be back in their own time period.
ですけど。
ええ、お元気で。
ありがとうございました。先輩たちのこと絶対忘れませんから。
それは嬉しいですが、春日さんは忘れ物にも気をつけてください。
はい、気をつけます。ありがとうございます。さようなら。猫ちゃん、あんまり泣かないで。
As she weeps, Furuya takes turns shaking each of our hands and thanks us. Night students also look somewhat reluctant to part as they head towards the towards the exit. Furuya, who was on her way out with Kasuga, seems to have made up her mind on something when she comes running back this way. What is it?
記念に何かもらっちゃダメかな。
Like what?
タイツは違う。パンツ？
Are you telling me to strip?
ダメですね。私何言ってるの。
それ以前にこちらの時代のものを持ち込むのは無理だと思いますが。
Don't glare at her that hard, Muko. You're scaring her.
そうですよね。ごめんなさい。
Anyway, take care.
皆さんもお元気で。
She says that cheerfully, though with a somewhat sad expression, departs. She's not a bad person, but
あんま20年後の学園に通ってたとか言うんじゃねえぞ。
わかってるよ。っていうか誰も信じてくれないって。
戻ったらほんの少ししか時間経ってないから。
わかった。火事現場から逃げ出してきたふりしてりゃいいよね。
うん。
ひなも一緒に戻らないの？
ひなはもうあの扉をくぐれない。
そっか。
ごめんね。
謝らないの？
Iba hugs Hina as hard as she
いい
can.
よ。ずっと友達だから。離れてたってずっとね。
クミちゃん。
忘れないよ。ひな。
私も。
Tears roll down Hina's cheeks. If she were a doll, she would never experience this feeling.
さよなら。ひな。
さよなら。クミちゃん。大好き。
I ship it.
知ってるよ。私もさ。
With a smile on her face, Iba heads to the door back to the
それ
past.
じゃあ。
Hina opens the door to the past. Oh, this is a nice CG. Voices saying goodbye and thank you overlap one another as the night students file through. To me, the other side of the door is blindingly bright, and I can't see anything there.
じゃあ、俺も行くね。
I probably should have waited a bit. I was about to comment like, where the fuck is Umaru? But then he just showed up in the middle. Yeah.
お元気で、カラスマくん。
じゃあな。
ありがとね。
それじゃ。
Umaru! For 20 years, he'll still remember us. I don't know if it'll be possible. His memories of the future might disappear once he returns to his own time, but still. Go pay us a visit, okay?
約束。
He nods, his face is
みん
beaming.
なも元気でね。
Yeah, you too. He gives us a big wave before running through the
ま
door.
たね。
Then the door closes. See ya. That was fucking good. Well, this was a really good game. I really enjoyed it. Even though I was quite hesitant for quite some time. That was just because I was being a big old fucking pussy man. reviving. I could do a surprise jump scare on the people currently sitting in general, but I'm not gonna be that mean. I'm just gonna hope that there was no nudity in the ending credits, because I was not looking just now. I'll have to rewatch it. And ending credits over. Now, someone in the comments was like, "Hey, Justin also really likes these after credit scenes type shit." So he's just over here like, "So when are you gonna tell him to check out Hoshiyori Yume Mirai?" Which I absolutely need to tell Justin to check that out. But at the same time, I'm not aware of his stances on fan translated games, since, you know, most of the time people don't buy him. I did buy it. I did buy him. Like I have the proof. I have the fucking proof as usual. Look, it is the fucking box that you can blame for the Play Utawarumu no Today picture. If you haven't seen that, you're not on Discord apparently. And I bought Gini no Haruka on like DMM shop. Went out of my way to do that. Anyways, the next day, after seeing the night students off, we all slept like logs until the afternoon, our exhaustion having caught up with us now that everything was resolved.
しかし、ずいぶん急ぐんだな。終わったらすぐ帰るってずっと言い続けてたから。
寂しくなりますね。
残念。もうちょっとゆっくりお茶とかしたかったな。私もせっかく帰ってきたのにな。
After things settled down a bit, the Germans said that they would be returning home at once, so we hurriedly came to see them off.
ごめんなさいね。私だってもう少しのんびりしたいのですけれど。
飛行機はすでに手配済みです。
これだもの。
Heidi shrugs. Hanatate and the others burst out laughing at that gesture.
しょうがないね。忙しいもんね、お嬢様。もう何よ。本家のご機嫌取ったらまた遊びに来てあげようと思ってたのに、やめようかしら。ああ、嘘。また来て。うん、来て。うん。とっておきのお茶用意しとく。本当？本当。諏訪さんも実家から戻った頃にまた来るといいよ。そうね。そんなに言うなら来てあげてもよくってよ。
She puts on airs and brushes her hair back with her hand.
様になってる。当然よ。本物ですもの。
The girls happily laugh together. Ulrich looks somewhat annoyed, but he doesn't butt in.
おい、ちょっと来い。
Hmm? Just as I think that Louis is being surprisingly quiet, he whispers to me. We slowly walk away from the others, and he asks me, sounding slightly anxious.
お前の力で俺を男に戻せないか
Turn you back? Huh, I have no idea. I'm not really used to my powers yet, and I want to avoid using them if I can.
死活問題なんだ頼む
He's really desperate. I can see to his insistence to concentrate on his soul.
どうだ
Oh, this is
なんだ
they're mixed together. It's clearly different from the people's.
混ざり合って
Two souls are mixed together like the swirls you'd see in a marble. They're so tightly coupled that I don't think I'd be able to do anything about it.
そうか
He sounds like he's been plunged straight into hell and is visibly depressed. He mutters to himself as he trudges back to where Heidi and the others are.
帰りたくないなぜあの時俺はあんなことを約束したんだろうあの時の自分を殴りたい
I don't know what sort of promise he made. Looks like there's something dreadful awaiting him back at home. I feel bad for him, but I don't think even a Magia could tear those two souls apart. And if I forcefully overrode it, who knows what would happen. It'd be better to err on the side of caution.
元はといえばお前に柔軟性がないから
なんだ
顔面に従うだけが忠義だと思うなよこの石頭ホムンクルスかお前は学園長の親戚か
おいなんだ急に
自分の意志というものがないのかこの当変木命令に従うだけでいいなら猿でもできるぜそれで有能なつもりか
つもりも何も本家の意向だな
臨機応変という言葉を知らないのか有能が聞いて呆れる結局最後は力押しのくせにしかも敵の手駒になるとはとんだ切り札だな敵に捕まり暗示をかけられるなどという失態は犯しませんがなどとどの口が言ったのやら
He's just absolutely murdering Ulrich. Louis' words hit home and Ulrich is rendered speechless. Even so, Louis doesn't stop disparaging his brother.
おいどうしたんだ執事は
I'm not sure. From what I can tell, it looks like there's something troublesome waiting for him back home.
八つ当たりか
Well, I'll just leave them alone.
私はただ本家の意向に従おう
それはホムンクルスとどこが違うんだお前本当に人間か人類のプライドはないのか
はいはいもうルイもそれくらいにしなさい
いや
Finally satisfied, Louis shuts his mouth and looks away from his stepbrother. Come to think of it, Louis is the true head of the family and Ulrich was just directly criticized by him. Makes sense that he's depressed.
ほら帰るわよ元気出してアーリック
はい
Heidi is practically dragging Ulrich, who has his head drooping through the main gate.
それでは皆さんごきげんよ
またな
失礼します
またね元気でねまた来てね
いつでもいらしてください
Heidi energetically waves her hand while the other two walk away with slumped shoulders.
行っちゃった
さあ戻ろうか私たちももう休暇だから帰り支度をしないと
そうだったしーちゃん手伝って
なんで俺だって自分の支度あるんだぞ
しーちゃん男の子だから早いでしょ女の子はいろいろと荷物が多いの
まったく
僕らも帰るの
Yeah, dust is going to start piling up if we don't clean the house every so often.
はーい
That being said, Michi's basically teleported herself here, so it's not like she has any luggage to pack.
そうだみちるちゃんゆうべ言ってた服なんなら持って帰るいいのいいよ
Wait, what's this about clothes?
私の着てない服あげるって話
いいな私も見に行っていいかすみちゃんの服は可愛いからな
ああ私も見せてもちろんいいよ
言っとくがかすみ結構な服持ちだからな
I wonder if my suitcase is
段
enough.
ボールに詰めておくれ絶対その方が早いから
I'll do that.
もーちゃんは
私は 持って帰る本の整理をしないと。
そっか、気が向いたらおいでよ。お茶しよ。
はい、ありがとうございます。
With Michiru over at Sumi's room, I didn't really feel like heading back to my own. Instead, I came to the bureau office. Don't have that much to pack, so I can leave that for tonight. Heidi, Louie, and Ulrich are gone now. It's gotten a lot quieter. Those noisy fun days are never coming back again. Nor will the time spent in this room. Muko. The door opens and Muko peeks in.
入れましょうか。
Please. She smiles upon seeing my face. Bet she feels the same way as me. We chat with each other as we drink the tea that she
一
prepared.
番の騒動は片付いたとはいえ、ミストの封印はそろそろ全部解けますからね。
Yeah. Unfortunately, the statue that I broke remains in a state of disrepair. According to Hina, it's not impossible to fix it, but it'll require a lot of time because of the delicate work involved.
具体的に言うと、あなたたちの進級までに終わるかどうか。
つまり、徳佐の任務は継続するしかないということですね。
そう。はっはっは、すまないな。
あんた絶対反省してねえだろ。
She can't be sorry about it.
つづら折り坂
Yeah, exactly.
そんな概念はないわ。主が反省しろと言うなら、するよ。ママもです。どうする？
That would be pointless anyway, so it's fine. In the end, the principal is still running the school for the sake of convenience, but under Hina's supervision. Well, there's nothing we can do about that. It's too late to quit
そ
now.
うですね。
Actually, Muko, I thought you hated bureau work.
小川くんこそ。
Guess. It was the tumultuous everyday life we had. It's not bad to be able to relax in peace, but it seems that dealing with fairies and flying music scores was right up my alley. Just like back then. Oh yeah, I wonder what he's doing now. Considering he was our age 20 years ago, he's probably married and someone's father by now. Can't imagine that at all. Hey
な
Muko,
んです？
what if he remembers
烏
us?
丸くんですか？
Yeah, promised that he'd come visit us if he did.
どうでしょうか。
She plays her cup onto the table and looks to be thinking deeply about the matter.
彼らにとって私たちは本来ありえないはずの未来の記憶ですから。
Yeah, wonder if he kept them or
こ
not.
ればかりはひなさんにもわからないようでしたからね。
Yeah, I'm sure Hina would want to meet all of them now if she could. Especially Iba.
でも、
ん？
覚えていてもらえたらいいな。
Same here. Even if he forgot after he returned. I hope that one day he'll suddenly remember about the people he was friends with for a short period of time.
はい。
Muko reflexively responds to a reserved knock on the door. However, we're in the middle of a school holiday, so there shouldn't be any students here, leaving her perplexed. We're knocking what the others wouldn't knock. Maybe it's someone from the disciplinary committee. Nah, but that would mean that there's some sort of incident and they wouldn't knock so quietly. Don't tell me. I feel somewhat nostalgic and I impulsively get up from my seat. It's his daughter! Huh? Yoshida. The door opens and my classmate Yoshida Suwada shyly pops her head in, taken aback by this unexpected face. She hesitantly slides to the door.
なぜ吉田さんがここに？
What are you doing here?
ごめんね。お休みなのに、なんか突然押しかけたりして。
何か困ったことでもあったんですか？
それが。
For some reason, she's unable to speak clearly and
何
fidgets.
かあったなら遠慮なく話してください。休暇中に戻ってくるなんてよほどのことでしょ？
よほどといえばよほど。かもしれない。
Same hair color, same hair color. What could it be? Glanced over at Muko, but even she's stumped. And then, out of nowhere, like a bolt of lightning. I suddenly remember something. She'd have mentioned that in the middle of a discussion we were having way back when.
あ、そういえばマル君って次男だったりするのかな？ 小太郎って次男につける名前なんだって。パパがそう言ってた。
No way.
なんて説明したらいいのかな。
Brush past Yoshida and dart out of the bureau office.
まあ
Hey, now don't run away! Sees the person hiding in the shadow of the door and forcefully drag him into the room. It is Dilf
逃げ
Kotaro!
ない逃げない。ちょっとびっくりしただけだってば。
One panicking and waving his hands is... What are we doing with you?
久しぶり。
He's grown up a lot, but his countenance hasn't changed one bit. He smiles embarrassedly, just like he used to. What are you doing leaving the explanation to Yoshida?
まあだって。
もう本当だよパパ。自分で説明してよね。
パパ？
うん。
うちのパパです。すみません先輩。
カラスマくんの娘さんが吉田さん？
そうです。
ああ、名字が違うのはね。俺が婿養子だからで。
We can figure out that much.
ミッチー、すぐ分かったの？
I suddenly remembered Yoshida mentioning a while back that her father said Kotaro was a name given to second sons.
そっか。
吉田さんはカラスマくんが父親だと気がついていたのですか？
まさか。
She waves her hands in front of her
ま
face.
さかクラスメートがパパの若い頃だったなんて。いや、同じ名前だなとは思ってたけど、だってそんなの気づくわけないよね。
だと思う。
というわけです。
そうですか。
Muko is thrown completely off guard, but she quickly regains her composure and goes deep into
で
thought.
も明らかに今のカラスマくんにも昔の面影がありますし、それで分からなかったということは何らかの歪みが発生したということ？それとも単に吉田さんの性格の問題なのか？
あ、パパ、私部屋に置いてある服取ってきていい？
あ、行っておいで。
それじゃあ私は失礼します。
She says that and hastily leaves. Is that her way of being considered for us? Considered of
と
us?
いうことは夜の生徒たちの帰還は運命的にはあらかじめ決まっていた？いや、それとも因果律的にはそちらが正しい未来だから？
Her brain's still at it. Is it really something that difficult to
だ
process?
ってカラスマくんがこの学園にいた段階で吉田さんはもう存在していたんですよ。
そんなに不思議？
不思議じゃないんですか、カラスマくんは。
だってさ、
With a huge grin on his face, he says
ミ
offhandedly.
ッチーや牛尾さんたちが俺のこと助けてくれないわけないもん。だからソアラもちゃんと生まれてくるって決まってたんだよ。ああ、だからね、俺全部覚えてたんだけど、昔の俺がいるところに来ちゃったらなんかまずいことになるかなと思って、だから今まで来なかったんだ。思い出に首突っ込むのも嫌だったし、いろいろ手伝わなくてごめんね。
Now the situation confuses me even more. Wouldn't the fucking wouldn't the school administration have been able to find out that they were healed and sent back in time just by researching their families and finding out that they were still alive for some fucking reason? Like, why would they actually... No, it couldn't have been a predetermined thing because they were still announced missing in the news reports. So the past was changed. But then Sora should be dead. What is going on? Give it up, Muko. That's the kind of guy Umaru is.
Huh?
You've known that for a long time now.
ん
もうそれでいいです
She sighs and a smile breaks across her troubled
本
face.
当にしょうがない人たち
No, that's what you love about us.
え気に入ってます
潮さんが素直に認めた
なんですその意外そうな顔は
Umaru looks a bit embarrassed as Muko glares at him.
ごめんごめん。だって俺の知ってる潮さんってそういう時いつもごまかしてたから。
そうでしたか
うんうん。よかったねミッチ。ついに出歴が来たんだね。
何ですかその怪しげなワードガラスマくんらしくない
ソアラに教えてもらったんだよ。
What the heck is she teaching her dad?
使い方間違ってる
No, I think you're fine.
古賀くんまで何ですか
なんだ合ってるんだ。よかった。
知りません私はそんな奇妙な期間に突入した覚えはありませんから
懐かしいなこの雰囲気。
Yeah. Never would have imagined that the three of us would be able to meet here again. Even though he's all grown up, he hasn't changed at all on the inside.
特殊事案調査分室。いたら至急来てほしいって風紀の人が。
はい
あれ何かあったのかな。
そこが早く手伝いなあ飛び回るんじゃねえこの極格標
Are you fucking kidding me already? There's totally something happening.
ミストのようですね
久しぶりに俺も手伝うよ。
Alright, let's get going.
では
She nods
特
with a
殊事
smile.
案調査分室出動します
So much good material for CGs. Thanks for playing. I say thanks for watching. Not yet. Gotta get my ranking.
お疲れ様。全問正解ね。素晴らしい成績だったわ。特に何も言うことはないと思うのだけれど。え？私からのご褒美？一体何をすればいいのかしら。でも、あなたが望むのなら何でもいいわよ。最後まで私たちに真摯に向き合ってくれた証拠だものね。本当にありがとう。
I don't trust her right now. Click here to see reward CG. Oh! I'm only... Let me just use the skill play capture. Yes! Yes! Ignore the fact that I have 324 tabs open. If anything, that's nothing compared to what I usually have. Anyways. Apparently this is like a specific folder. It's in Steam, Steam Apps Common, Clockwork Ley-Line. Hold on, let me try and find that. Browse local files. Rank. Oh, there's like a reward picture for every rank. The lowest rank is just fucking Omaru and Mutsuki is sitting on a tatami mat playing a dice game while while Ninamai is just lying next to them weirdly sexily. For B rank you get Rito in a swimsuit. I'm not actually showing all of them. For C rank, you get... Oh boy, for C rank, you get Neko lying on a fucking like lying asleep while having fallen asleep while studying, and her fucking book is just covered in drool. Also, that wasn't the worst grade. That was A grade. So, you know, just below S, you get them gambling. D, you get. For D, you get Louis all dolled up in a red dress. While Oddlight is just fangirling in the background. The E ending? Oh my god, no. Why is the reward for getting E rank a picture of Dominatrix Fujito stepping on fucking Koga? Now then, S rank, you get fucking Michiru in an apron, like being like, "Oh, Oni-chan, here, have some katsudon," and it's like a bowl of katsudon, but it's like burning red, and in the background it's just flabbergasted Ushio. SS has, oh, that's adorable. That's Angel and Hina cuddling. Then there's S, which I'm putting into my backgrounds folder. There we go, BG. Actually, in fact, you know what? Let's put all of them in BG. Why not? BG. I hate that it always scrolls down so much when I fucking click on something, on a new folder. I don't know why it does that. I don't need the rank E one. I do want the rank D one. I don't need the rank C one. Don't really need the rank B one either, honestly. Anyways, now that that is taken care of, back to title.
タイトルに戻りますか？ 時計仕掛けのレイライン、朝霧に散る
Episodes
花。
have been added to another story. Look at the background picture now. It's fucking massive. Extra, we now have BGM mode.
BGM 鑑賞モードです。
I do like to read these like little tidbits on the soundtracks that he writes for each of these. Talking is hard. It's a specialist aimed for a realistic antique sound. I want to mix a somewhat divine atmosphere like mass at a church or box piano with a modernistic perilous aura. So I earnestly sought out sounds that felt nice together. I'd like to hear it sung by an a cappella choir at a church, I guess. Isn't this like not the only one that's called Ley-Line? You give the song bits and pieces from the theme song of Borderline of Dusk to a daybreak of remnants, shadow, and flowers falling in the morning mist. The motif I wanted to be present in all three songs was I want to meet my loved one. When I wrote the song, I remembered that and my feelings surged. It's quite long compared to the other BGM tracks, so I'm very happy that it was used with care. Yeah, that's just diary theme. Oh, we hear the guitar. Oh, we hear that guitar. Oh! Let's play things. Oh, that one. Touch the minds. That's weird. Intruder. Organize. Unforeseen future. Nostalgic dream. Bitch. Die Melodie des Schattens! What the fuck kind of title is that? I mean, yes, it's correct grammar, but by God, is this edgy. This is called... This This song in English is called The Melody of Shadow. Come on. This one's probably still one of my favorite soundtracks. This one, I don't know why, it just has... It has great Ace Attorney Chronicles vibes. Like, these two are also good, of course. But oh well, that's enough of that. What's in the another episode tab? So we get Ushio. We don't get Ushio. We get others or Rito. I suppose you have to do all the other ones before you can do Ushio's, which I understand. So yeah. Let me check something actually. I'm gonna do what is commonly known as a pro gamer move. The pro gamer move, I mean, what's the length of this video? Two hours.
Alright, you guys.
I apparently started it in a previous part already though. So this video is not a correct approximation of how long this is going to take. How dare you? What about this one? There's only 50?
Alright, you guys.
Oh, because that's where he actually started it. Started on part 14 instead of... Like, I'm fucking happy that that part 9 was the last accidental spoiler CG I fucking happened to see. See, I should be able to do it in one part. Probably. I actually have a D&D session tomorrow, so maybe not. Oh well, that's where I'm gonna end the part for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. Just want to see you next time. Bye bye.